taxes on locally manufactured Virginia-type cigarettes or the Special Support Fund under Republic Act Number 7171. We have notified the detainees of the present hearing and we will give them this venue to address the committee of their concerns. The committee also invited resource persons from the Commission on Audit, in particular concerned officials from the COA Region 1. Before we proceed with the deliberation of the resolution, may I acknowledge the presence of the following members of the House of Representatives: Majority Floor Leader Rodolfo Fariñas, Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia, Deputy Majority Leader Juan Pablo Bondoc, Deputy Majority Leader Ann Hofer, Deputy Minority Leader Anthony Bravo, Representative Virgilio Lacson, Representative Carlos Obareta, Representative Mark Sambar, Deputy Minority Leader Eugene De Vera, Representative Sherwin Tugna, Representative Romeo Acop, Representative Leopoldo Batawil, Representative Linabeth Ruth Villarica, Deputy Majority Leader Vicente Crisologo, Representative Imelda Marcos, Representative Rosemary Baby Arenas, Representative Deputy Majority Floor Leader Roger Mercado, Representative Mecca Biolago, Representative Victoria Noel. Any other members who were not acknowledged? We'll now proceed with the deliberation.
Congressman Billones.
Representative Billones. We will now proceed with the deliberation of House Resolution number 882. May I now recognize Majority Floor Leader Rodolfo Fariñas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our present parliamentary status is the 6 resource persons were ordered to be held in contempt by the committee for refusing to answer questions. For the record, since we already have a pending case in the Court of Appeals, we will also request our Deputy Secretary General for Legal, Attorney Leo Palicte, to brief us about the present status of the case. But for the record, let me just state this so that it will serve as a guideline to all committees, considering that I am the chairman of the Committee on Rules. The power of Congress to conduct inquiries in aid of legislation is enshrined in the Constitution. Even in the oldest of our constitutions, this was already established. And in fact, in the case of Arnold versus Nazareno, the Supreme Court laid down this doctrine. This was made under the 1935 Constitution. So that the people will understand, kasi and lalo na in social media, they're establishing na wala pa namang kasalanan itong mga taong ito, nakukulong na and everything. Well, these are all distortion of what is the truth of what is happening or has been happening here. So, in Arnold versus Nazareno, this is a 1950 case. This case was decided even before I was born. The Supreme Court said that this is Jean Arnold versus Leon Nazareno. What is this case? Well, this Arnold, in the matter of the sale of the estate owned by the government, he encashed 2 checks. One of the checks was a 450,000 peso check, which he encashed, received the money, and then when investigated by the Senate, he was asked, where did you bring the 450,000 pesos? I gave it to somebody. What is the name of that person you gave the money to? I cannot remember. So he was held in contempt because he would not. The committee said, it's impossible that you will give 450,000 pesos to someone you don't know. Well, ultimately, he said, I invoke my right against self-incrimination. The committee of the Senate still said, you are invoking your right against self-incrimination when initially you said you don't even know the person. So how could you be incriminated if you don't know the person? So Anyway, he was detained for as long as 7 months. And so he went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court had this to say. They analyzed, because this was the first time that the Congress had ordered someone detained for contumacious act. So the Supreme Court said, comparing American Constitution and the Philippine Constitution and the Congress, in this case it said, it may therefore be said that the Congress of the Philippines has a wider range of legislative field than the Congress of the United States or any state legislature. Although there is no provision in the Constitution expressly investing either House of Congress with power to make investigations. This was under the old Constitution. But under the present Constitution, this power is now granted not only to the House, not only to the Senate, but any committee of either houses. So, the Supreme Court said, a legislative body cannot legislate wisely or effectively in the absence of information respecting the conditions which the legislation is intended to affect or change, and where the legislative body does not itself possess the requisite information, which is not infrequently true, recourse must be had to others who do possess it. Experience has shown that mere requests for such information are often unavailing, and also that information which is volunteered is not always accurate or complete. So some means of compulsion is essential to obtain what is needed. So in this case, the Supreme Court said that the Congress can compel people to testify, and if they do not answer, then they may be held in contempt. So the Supreme Court said, members of the House of Representatives, so how long can they hold a person in contempt? The Supreme Court in this case said, as long as the life of that particular Congress. So this particular Congress, its life will end in June 30, 2019. So these people can be held in contempt until that time. The reason why they are there is because they were asked simple questions like, did you receive the amount of 32 million pesos? This is a simple question. The answer is, I cannot remember. So that is an evasive answer because it is impossible, like the Supreme Court has stated, that a person will not remember receiving 32 million pesos. But in social media, they twist things like saying, and also they have PR, public relations people saying that because Farinas did not want the answer that they gave. No, sir, they did not actually answer the question. The question was very simple. Did you receive a cash advance? Because these are three transactions of first 18.3 million pesos, 15 million plus, and the last one is 32 million pesos. First question asked of the lady who was supposed to have received the cash advance is, did you receive a cash advance of 18 million? I cannot remember. How about the 32 million? I cannot remember. That is the Contumacious Act. And the Congress has that power as laid down by the Supreme Court. Very clear. So, in the more recent case of Sabio, this is a more classic case. Because in the case of Sabio versus Gordon and the certain members of the Senate, the late Miriam Defensor Santiago filed a resolution asking that the PCG be investigated. So they invited Chairman Sabio, and Chairman Sabio invoked the first law passed by the Cory Freedom Constitution, which was Executive Order Number 1 creating the PCGG. And the law creating the PCGG states, ito na yung kaso, this is October 17, 2006. The Executive Order stated that the chairman shall not be made to appear in any legislative body. That was the executive order issued by the President, by her legislative powers. So, that was the ground invoked by Sabio not to heed the invitation of the Senate. So the Senate issued a subpoena. He still disobeyed the subpoena. So here is the case. On September 12, 2016, at 10:45 a.m., Major General Balahadia, the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, arrested Chairman Sabio in his office at the IRC building and brought him to the Senate premises where he was detained. So when he was detained, he filed a case in the Supreme Court. Pero mas magaling si Chairman Sabio because his respondents were Chairman Gordon, Senate President, members of the committee, and the Sergeant at Arms. But what did the Supreme Court say? The Supreme Court said, yes, there is a law granting you that right not to appear, but the law cannot go against the Constitution. Because the Constitution expressly grants to the Congress the power to compel and to conduct inquiry in aid of legislation. For that reason, the Supreme Court declared Executive Order Number 1 unconstitutional. Ito po yung Sabio case because the Supreme Court said you cannot hide behind that law. Ito ang decision ng Supreme Court. And again, sinabi ng Supreme Court, in this 2006 case, I will read from the, can you show it, Jeff? Ito muna, the Congress's power of inquiry has been recognized, page 3, in foreign jurisdictions long before it reached our shores through McGrain versus Doherty. Yan. Sige, taas nyo. Cited in Arnold versus Nazareno, in those earlier days, American courts considered the power of inquiry as inherent in the power to legislate. And then it cites the case of Briggs versus McKellar. Nakita po niyo yung naka-highlight. It is a well-established principle of this parliamentary law that either house may institute an investigation having reference to its own organization, the conduct or qualification of its members, etc. So it says there, the right to pass laws necessarily implies the right to obtain information upon any matter which may become the subject of a law. It is essential to the full and intelligent exercise of the legislative function. Go down to the next paragraph. It says there, cited, remarkably, in Arnold, this court adhered to a similar theory. Arnold is the case I presented to you in 1950. Citing McGrain, it recognized that the power of inquiry is an essential and appropriate auxiliary to the legislative function. You read the highlighted portion. The bold portion is so intentionally cited, that is the way it appears in the Supreme Court decision, but I just highlighted it. The power of inquiry with process to enforce it is an essential and appropriate auxiliary to the legislative function. A legislative body cannot legislate wisely or written by the Supreme Court. That there is in some cases a power in each House of Congress to punish for contempt. That this power is analogous to that exercised by courts of justice, and that it being the well-established doctrine that when it appears that a prisoner is held under the order of a court of general jurisdiction for a contempt of its authority, no other court will discharge the prisoner or make further inquiry into the cause of his commitment. So, these 6 were ordered in contempt by this committee for refusing to answer simple and direct questions. The Court of Appeals cannot order their release because we are otherwise, what would happen if one court orders a person to be held in contempt and another court releases? And what is worse po, para po maintindihan ng publiko, the Court of Appeals ordered, granted bail. Yung bail po and Justice Stephen Cross was appearing in the newspaper, stated that they followed the case of Salazar versus Enrile versus Salazar. Yung Enrile versus Salazar, ibang-iba pong kaso yon. Because Senator Enrile was arrested and charged with murder. And so he questioned that it should be rebellion, and they made it rebellion with murder. And he said it should be rebellion with homicide because murder is already subsumed. So, pending that prejudicial question, and Senator Enrile was ordered, arrested by the court, they granted him bail. Iba po ito. These 6 are not facing any criminal cases. They are being held in contempt simply because they refused to answer questions being asked by the committee. If they want freedom, pumunta po sila dito, sagutin lang. Ang simple po tanong eh. And not any of these members, if the members will believe them that they're telling the truth, that they do not remember having received 18 or 32 million pesos, then the committee will be free to lift the contempt order. But what happened po is, unanimously, 18 members of the committee felt that they were being evasive or not telling the truth dahil we were even showing them documents. We've been very kind to them because under the best evidence rule, kailangan i-produce mo yung original mismo. Pero pag nawala na yan, when it is lost, then secondary evidence may do like copies. And we will ask the auditor here, Mr. Biernes, you're there and still under the same oath. Can you please read your OAM, the letter of Mr. Biernes? What are your findings in that audit observation memorandum?
Your Honor, this is my audit observation, 2013-007, dated January 8, 2013. We have post-audited the various disbursement vouchers of the province for the calendar year 2012 and observed the following. Management resorted to cash advance in the procurement of goods amounting to 73,899,723.68 instead of regular check disbursement, which is not in accordance to the provisions of Section 9, 45, 46, and 47 of the COA Circular 92-382, dated July 3, 1992, thus exposing the money to possible misappropriation. In the post-audit of the accounts of the province for calendar year 2012, it was noted that the following cash advances for various purposes were granted. To wit,
Hold it. We have not even marked also our... So can we mark this para lang clear? I move that we mark this as exhibit... alpha tayo? A. And...
Any objection? There being none, this is marked Exhibit A.
page 1 as A1, page 2 as A2. For the record, this is an audit observation memorandum dated January 8, 2013, addressed to Honorable Aimee R. Marcos, Provincial Governor. Attention, Provincial Accounting Office. One of those persons held in contempt here is the auditor. So this audit observation memorandum of Mr. Biernes, which he is now reading, states here clearly, in the post-audit of the accounts of the province for calendar Y 2012, it was noted that the following cash advances for various purposes were granted. First on the list, date granted, May 25, 2012, purchase of 5 units buses, 15,300,000 pesos. So nandito na eh. And the accountant knows about this. But when you ask them, ay hindi po namin maalala. That is the Contumacious Act. Because from these records alone, they know of these documents. But unfortunately, para po sa publiko, nung final ko po kasi itong resolution na ito, nabulabog po sila, ninakaw po lahat yung original sa COA. And the COA has stated that sa dinami-dami po ng records doon sa COA ng Ilocos Norte, yung 3 transaction lang ito ang nawawala. Winala po, ninakaw, and then itong mga Itong 6 na nakadetain po ngayon, sinasabi nila, hindi kami pwedeng magsalita kung hindi namin makita yung original. Nawala nga ho yung original. Yung nga ho ang Contumacious Act. But dito lang, Mr. Biernes, so you affirm na nakita mo itong purchase of 5 units amounting to 15.3 million na transaction?
Yung cash advance, Your Honor.
Okay. Showing to you the document. I'll show you a document. Page, can you please show this to Mr. Biernes? A disbursement voucher, which for this purpose I ask to be marked as Exhibit B.
Comsec, please take note. This set of documents is marked Exhibit B.
It says here, to cash advance the amount needed for the purchase of 5 units, buses as per supporting papers, here to attach in the amount of 15,300,000, which corresponds to the finding and the audit observation. It was, payee is Jenadine Hambaro, one of those detained here. Very clear po eh. Ayaw nilang tignan yung document eh. And in fact, nandito na nga sa audit, observation audit memorandum ng COA. And then, signed Eden Batulayan, the accountant, who is also detained here. Josephine Calahate, the treasurer, who is also detained here. Approved for payment, Amy R. Marcos, with her signature there. So, can you show this to the witness, resource person, and let him identify if that is the same disbursement voucher that he was subjected to his audit?
Yes, Your Honor.
What other documents did you see other than the disbursement voucher? Did you see also the check when you audited it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you look at the check if that is a authentic reproduction or of the check that you saw? What is the amount that is shown in the check?
15,300,000.
Who is the
Your
payee in the check?
Henedin Hambaro, Your Honor.
Okay. But in this connection, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a subpoena duces tecum to the manager of the Land Bank of the Philippines, Lawag Branch, to bring the scanned copy of the negotiated checks. It is a practice of the banks, and I just went to the Land Bank this morning, that when a check is negotiated means whether paid or in cash, the original of the check is returned to the issuing office, to the accountant or to the treasurer of Ilocos Norte, which have been lost. But the bank scans that and they have a copy of that. So we are asking, what is the check number? Can you please read it for me, sir? Because you have the check.
000870321, Your Honor.
Kindly take note of that, Madam Comsec. Another check. Okay, so that you will be the one identifying the check. In your report, you also stated here, kaya nga po, itong mga tao ito, dinay-deny nila and nandito na sa audit report, which was addressed to the governor and, attention, the accountant. Yet he feigns ignorance na, ay, di ko na maalala yan. Now, this is an audit report of the COA and hindi naman nila nawala lahat ng dokumento. Let me jump first before we go. You have a finding here also dated, date granted September 12, 2012. Can you read it for the record? What is your finding?
September.
Pang-apat.
70 units photon mini truck distribution to the different municipalities, Your Honor.
What is the heading of that column? The heading is
Purpose of cash advance.
purpose of cash advance. 70 units. Photo. And what is the amount?
32,550,000, Your Honor.
Okay. So these were all, the COA already wrote to the governor saying na, ito nga, ang kanilang finding nga dito, can you please read the second to the last sentence of the, is Mr. Franco here? We should require him to be here because it was him who wrote this letter. Although this guy, Mr. Biernes was the one who made the findings, but it was Mr. Franco who wrote this letter. So, can you kindly read the second, last,
Date granted, November 23, 2000.
yung second to the last sentence on page 2. We recommend
We recommend that management should strictly observe the rules and regulations and the proper granting of cash advances, Your Honor.
In fact, in their audit observation memorandum, linagay na nila dyan eh. Oh, can you read the top of the page?
Section 45.
No, the top of page 2. The grant of the cash advance, yung page 2 ng audit observation memorandum.
Hindi ko, saan ba yun?
Dalawang page lang ito eh. AOM number 213-007, yung top of the page. Ako na lang magbasa.
Section 45.
Hindi ah. Ito, hindi ba kapareho itong papel na tinitignan
Hindi
natin?
nakuha, Your Honor, yung pag-xerox.
Okay, let me read it. It says here, the grant of the cash advance for the above-mentioned purposes are not in accordance to the provision of COA Circular 92-382 dated July 3, 1992, which states that, Section 9, disbursement by check. All disbursements shall be made by check except as provided herein. Ito cash eh. Can you imagine po, bibigyan mo isang empleyada ng 32,550,000 pesos, bumili ka ng 70 truck. Bibigyan mo ng cash yung empleyado. And then, what is sad here is, ito pong nag-i-invoke kasi ng hindi namin maalala, nakakalimutan po nila yung Republic Act 6713, Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Government Officials and Employees, that they shall serve with the highest degree of efficiency and honesty. How can they be efficient if they do not remember granting a cash advance of 32,550,000? Yung accountant nga eh, tinawag na ng pansin ng COA na, yan, sabi, Section 45, basahin mo, Section 45. Sinasite nila yung batas eh, na binabiolate nila.
Section 45, cash payments and disbursement vouchers. Cash payments shall be made only on duly approved payrolls, disbursement vouchers, liquidation vouchers out of the regular cash advances or special cash advances.
Ito po ang batas. This is PD 1445, di ba?
Okay, sir.
Government Auditing Code.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakalagay po, cash payments and disbursement voucher. Pwede ka lang magbigay ng cash payments and duly approved payrolls. Sweldo. Siyempre, disbursement vouchers, liquidation vouchers out of regular cash advances or special cash advances. Section 46.
Section 46, regular cash
Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I move that we bring the 6 years so that they can...
Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry
Before
to interrupt.
we proceed, we will first take action on the previous motion of the majority floor leader to issue a subpoena dosis take-home with regards to the checks to Land Bank. Any second?
Second.
If I may just facilitate things, perhaps on top of Land Bank, the Philippine Clearing House also maintains copies of this check, so we might as well issue a subpoena dosis tecum to the PCHC.
Okay, please take note. We will include the Philippine Clearing House If there is no objection, the motion is hereby approved.
May I just show the witness with respect to the page? Can you kindly show the witness the voucher that he audited for the amount of 32,550,000 pesos? It says here, again, to Jenedine Hambaro. So this lady received two cash advances of 18 million and 32 million, or total of 50 million pesos. But she says she cannot remember having received 50 million unless somebody else received the amount. Is that what she's implying? We don't know, but we will find out from the banks. It says here, to cash advance payment of 70 units photon mini truck for distribution to different municipalities of Ilocos Norte as per supporting papers here to attach. Amount 32,550,000 pesos. Signed, Eden Batulayan, one of those detained, provincial accountant. Signed, under Box B, Josephine Calate, one of those detained, the provincial treasurer. Approved for payment, Jaime Marcos, governor. And then, on Box D, received payment is the signature of Ms. Ambaro. Can you kindly show this to the resource person?
Majority Floor Leader, do you wish to mark this document as Exhibit C?
Yes, sir.
Please take note. Out to our COMSEC, this transaction worth 32 million pesos as cash advance is marked Exhibit C. Mr. Biernes, can you please answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is the voucher that you audited.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you look at the check also? To whom is it payable?
Jenedine Hambaro, Your Honor.
You yourself saw the original of this check.
Yes, Your Honor. Ay, original.
The original, did you see it?
No, sir. Yung duplicate.
What do you mean? Duplicate original or?
Duplicate of the check.
So you saw the duplicate of the check.
Yes,
Is
Your
it a
Honor.
faithful, that one you're holding is a faithful reproduction of what you saw?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the voucher? You saw the original voucher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that document that you're holding now a faithful reproduction of the original that you saw?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you see also the purchase request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go back to Exhibit A. Exhibit A, the first one amounting to 18,300,000 pesos. Can you look at the purchase request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a faithful reproduction of the purchase request that you audited also?
Yes, Your Honor.
I asked that purchase request for the for 40 mini what does it say? Mini
Ayun.
cabs. Can you read? Can you please read the
Your Honor, in the 15 to 3.
This is the 18 million.
In the 15.3 million, Your Honor.
No. What the 18.3?
15.3, Your Honor.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, 15.3. So that's for the 5 buses. I correct myself. So,
15,3
Exhibit A is for the 5 buses. So, that is the purchase request for 5 buses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a faithful reproduction of the original that you saw?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we ask that be marked as Exhibit D. Delta.
That's Exhibit B. The Exhibit A is the AOM. Exhibit B is the 15.2 million
Voucher.
transaction.
No, voucher.
Voucher. Exhibit C is the 32 million pesos
Voucher.
voucher.
So, Exhibit
For
D is
units
the
buses.
purchase request for the
Yung 70.
15 million 5 buses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, next to that is the request for obligation for the same transaction of 5 buses. Is that, did you also see the original of the request for obligation?
Yes, Your Honor.
The one that you're holding, is that a faithful reproduction of the original that you saw?
Yes, Your Honor.
I move that that be marked as Exhibit E. Echo.
Please take note, COMSEC. The document is marked Exhibit D, E.
And finally, the check for purposes of marking. Did you see the check of for 15 million?
Yes, Your Honor, the duplicate copy.
Is that a faithful reproduction of the duplicate copy that you saw?
Yes, Your Honor.
I ask that it be marked as Exhibit G. F.
COMSEC, please take note, that document is marked Exhibit F.
You now have the documents for the 32 million in your possession. Did the page give it to you? You have it. So, what can you look at the purchase request for the amounting to 32,550,000 pesos? What does it say? This was also subject of your OAM, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, what does the purchase request state as purpose?
Photon mini truck, Your Honor.
Please read it. Does that state the quantity?
70 units, Photon mini truck, estimated total cost 32,550,000, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you see the original of the purchase request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the one you're holding a faithful reproduction of the original document that you audited?
Yes, Your Honor.
I pray that be marked as Exhibit G.
Take note, COMSEC, that document is marked Exhibit G.
Next to that is an obligation request. Can you kindly read also the particulars of that obligation request?
Purchase of 70 units Photon mini truck for distribution to different municipalities of Ilocos Norte, Your Honor.
What does it state as the account code from where it will be charged?
RA 7171, Your Honor.
RA 7171. I move that, I ask Mr. Chairman that we encircle the entry RA 7171, it be marked as Exhibit G-1.
Take note, COMSEC, it will be marked Exhibit G1, that's one.
Oh, para masundan ko naman. Okay, so that obligation request is a faithful reproduction of the original that you audited.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me bring your attention to the fourth paper on that stock that you have is a check. Can you identify this check? Did you see the duplicate copy of the check that you audited?
The 32 million, Your Honor.
32,550,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, looking at that copy that you have in your possession of a check, can you read the number of the check, please?
871405, Your Honor.
And what is this LBP GF3-11? Is that the account number? Would you know the number at the top left corner? It says LBP, as in Land Bank of the Philippines, and then dash, is that GF, General Fund?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, if this is the account number.
Because GF might refer to General Fund, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whatever, 3-11. Anyway, is this photocopy a faithful reproduction of the duplicate that you audited?
Yes, Your Honor.
This has been marked as Exhibit H. Hotel.
Take note, COMSEC, this document is marked Exhibit H.
Who signed? Can you please read the signatories to the check?
Josephine P. Kalahate, Provincial Treasurer, and Governor Jaime Marcos, Your Honor.
Same with the other two checks. Can you see also the first check that you identified earlier for 15 million,
Yes, Your Honor.
same signatories?
The same, Your Honor.
Now, we also notice, as brought out by the chair, ang daming cash advances dito. What is your second finding here of cash advances also? Purchase of bust, sculpture,
Portrait, bust, sculpture, and services for the development of Poway Museum, Your Honor.
what is the amount?
2,986,344.
So this was again paid in cash. Cash advance.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is irregular.
It violated the circular, Your Honor.
How about the third finding that you found again? Materials and installation of precast concrete of Paseo de Paway. How much is the amount?
4,838,191.68, Your Honor.
This was also through cash advance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why do you think, do they resort to cash advance?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Why does the law prohibit granting of cash advances for purchases like this? Or your circular, why do you think is it prohibited?
I think the withholding tax, Your Honor.
May we ask Commissioner Fabia, since he's here, what's his take and why the COA prohibits the grant of cash advances? For example, Mr. Commissioner, 32,550,000 pesos to buy. Especially, we have testimony here that the cash advance was granted even before the opening of the supposed bidding by PhilJep. So, can you educate us,
Your Honor,
Mr. Commissioner?
the reason why the Commission on Audit does not allow cash advances of expenditure of this nature is that there is a risk of loss of the money if it is given as a cash advance to officials of the of government. There is that big chance that they will abscond with the money. That's the reason for this, Your Honor. From a practical point of view, because I had also been a head of audited agencies in so many capacities, what I have observed in some of them is that cash advances are being issued because it's easier to collect money from the suppliers if it is given as cash advances.
Collect money from the suppliers?
Yes, because once a payment is made, once delivery has been made, payment is done by check. If it is done by check, there is a possibility that the supplier will not come back anymore. But if what is given is in cash, and there is it's easier to commit graft and corruption because
Okay.
they will deduct whatever is the amount that they would like to deduct in the payment.
Because he is the government official is already holding the cash himself.
Yes.
And instead of giving the whole amount, the government official may take his kickback in advance.
In advance.
That is what the law also seeks to prohibit.
That is what
prevent.
the COA seeks to prohibit.
And other than that, Mr. Commissioner, of course, there's the procurement law, because the procurement law is the purpose of that law is to get the most favorable deal for the government.
Correct,
by
Your
getting the lowest bidder, correct? So, when somebody wants to purchase like 70 units mini photon, they should publish that, but not even putting the brand name is allowed. You just, because under the Procurement Act, brand names are not allowed. So if they wanted a minicab with displacement of 1200 cc, with two-stroke or four-stroke, gasoline, diesel, payload capacity of so and so, that should only be the specs given. Correct, Mr. Commissioner?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So that any supplier who can deliver and meet those requirements can bid and make the best offer possible to the government.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then after the bidding, then there is an award, and whoever wins will now have the check
Paid to
issued,
him.
paid to him.
That's correct. That's the proper procedure, Your Honor.
This is what the law. That kaya nga we're reviewing this because we already have the laws, but then they're not still being followed, so that we can legislate and perhaps make it stricter. For example, katulad po nito, yung tobacco funds. Para maintindihan po ng tao, ang tobacco funds po kasi, excise tax goes to the national government. But because of a law, 7171, Republic Act 7171 passed, nakalagay po na 15% ng collection ng national government dapat ibigay sa mga Virginia tobacco producing provinces. Ibibigay yan doon para may direct na share sila. Hindi na yung umaasa sa common na kaban. So, binibigay na po sa beneficiary provinces yan and municipalities. But, the law defines kung ano po purposes niyan. Eh ngayon, kung ang gusto nila ibili ng sasakyan, they should ask Congress so we can amend the law. Kasi po yung law does not allow motor vehicles. It's not one of the purposes. So if they want it, and we will study, if talagang yun ang kailangan, then we will amend the law para isama natin yung motor vehicle na gagamitin ng mga farmers because as it is now, hindi po kasama sa batas yan. So, yan po ang situation dito. And yung mga tao na ito, those who accepted the cash advances, hindi po nila inaamin. Now, marami pa ho dito Purchase of ano naman ho itong purchase of medicines? We just stumbled on this Yes, sir. Can you read your fifth finding about purchase of medicines? Ano pong sinasabi dito?
Purchase of medicines and leaf spray 211 distribution to the different municipalities, Your Honor.
Magkano po halaga?
5,999,788.
Ito po, almost 6 million. Cash advance na naman po. Kanino po binigay itong, sinong mga taong tumanggap po nito? Bakit wala dito sa, can you furnish the committee?
Majority Floor Leader, during the previous hearing, we requested COA to submit to this committee the documents related to the 5 other transactions other than the motor vehicles.
Nandyan?
They have already complied.
Uy.
We already have copies of the documents.
Mabuti hindi missing
related.
ito. Kasi hindi kasama sa resolution
Yun na nga, Majority Floor Leader, what is really surprising, the 3 documents related to the purchase of motor vehicles are missing. However, the 5 documents under the Audit Observation Memorandum, they were able to submit to this committee.
Kasi nga po, hindi kasama sa resolution natin, so hindi pinag-interesan. Ngayon, so, nandito na sa atin lahat ito.
5
Can we see,
transactions.
Can you educate us sinong, baka pareho rin na tao itong mga tumatanggap nito. Now, next finding, ano naman itong purchase of panlabanan? Ano yung lip spray 211? Since you audited this, ano yung lip spray? Sprayer ba yan? No? Medicines. And bakit na lump up siya? Lip spray 211. Pero nandiyan sa ating dokumento.
We have in possession of
Okay,
the
we will
5
save your time then.
transactions.
What is this panlabanan 5 easy? How much is the amount also of this?
10,475,400 pesos, Your Honor.
Cash advance na naman ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
10 mil. Ano itong purchase of panlabanan 5 easy?
Parang fertilizer. I don't know.
You have no idea?
No idea,
Okay,
Your
we
Honor.
will review the documents. And then, the last one,
Purchase of medicines for distribution to the different municipalities, Your Honor.
magkano ang amount?
1,750,000, Your Honor.
Do you recall how the governor explained this to you since you wrote the auditor wrote to her, anong explanation nila? Bakit kinas-advance lahat ito against circulars?
I don't remember, Your Honor, what
Can you give us a copy? Meron silang sagot, di ba?
wala, Your Honor.
They did not answer?
No, Your Honor. It was taken up in the exit conference, Your Honor.
Were you there?
During the exit conference, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano paliwanag nila? Dahil nandun ka naman, narinig mo. Anong paliwanag nila? Bakit bibili sila ng 5 buses na cash advance, bibili ng 70 na mini trucks na cash advance, at saka itong mga ito, gamot, kung ano-ano. Anong paliwanag nila?
Ang natandaan ko lang, Your Honor, it was liquidated.
Yun na lang ang sabi nila, basta na-liquidate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? I'm done
Mr.
with
Chairman,
Anyway, for the information of the majority floor leader, the purchase of Panlaban 5EC is for the purchase of fertilizers. Before we proceed with the deliberations, may I acknowledge the presence of Representative Gaston Bunting, Representative Orestes Salon, Deputy Speaker Frederick Abweg, Representative Arnel T., Representative Jennifer Austin Barsaga, our committee vice chairperson, Representative Leo Cueva, Deputy Speaker Sharon Garin, Representative Ruel Peter Gonzaga, Representative Enrico Pineda, Representative Jose Panganiban Jr., Representative Harry Roque, Representative Paulino Salvador Liachon, our Vice Chairman, Deputy Majority Floor Leader Aurelio Gonzalez Jr., Representative Teodoro Montoro, and Representative Luis Campos.
Mr. Chairman, before the Honorable Bondok, may I, on behalf of the body, extend again our deepest condolence to our colleague, Deputy Majority Leader Don Gonzales, who lost his wife, Elizabeth, in the fire. We condole with you, Dong, and we
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
that while you are grieving, you find time to still appear in our hearing. Thank you.
Congressman Rimpe Bondoc is hereby recognized.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, this investigation started simply as a look into the propriety of the use of RA 7171. As the majority leader stated, it is an economic concern on how surpluses from an agricultural product are used first to further develop the production of that product, and second, to provide safety nets in case this commodity collapses in the world market. That is the use of safety nets for agricultural surpluses. But as the investigation, it was simple. If it is necessary indeed for certain items to be included in the scope of the usage of 7171, it would have simply been legislated that way due to the changing needs of that sector. But as time went by, it is not only the propriety of the use of 7171, but how this particular transaction was carried out that caught the attention of the Committee on Good Government. And in our attempt to shed light on what was happening, this led to the 6 officials of the provincial government of Ilocos Norte being detained here in the House for their refusal to answer simple, direct questions and to provide the necessary information required by the committee. So I would like to thank Mr. Viernes, who from the outset told us of his AOM, or audit memo. And now the contents of the AOM are very vital to our investigation. Why? Because all the other documents we were asking for and which should have been in the safekeeping of the various provincial officers and the COA, very surprisingly, are all missing. 3 transactions, the vouchers, the checks, they are all missing. But now, we thank the forthrightness and the honesty of Mr. Viernes. His AOM has captured some of the documents, and he himself now has attested to truthfulness of copies that we have, which he used. The originals he used or the duplicates he used for his audit. So now I would like to ask Mr. Viernes, no? It was stated by Phil Jeps, the director herself, Madam Rosa Maria M. Clemente, Deputy Executive Director of Phil Jeps, that for the 5 units of buses, this was the transaction around May 24, 2012, which is already the subject of the AOM of Mr. Viernes. Is that not so, sir? This is one of the transactions covered.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. So, the AOM captures the transactions of 5 buses around May to June 2012, no, in the amount of 15,300,000. As shared to us by the Deputy Executive Director of PhilJeps, an invitation to bid, and this is in our minutes which we just approved, no, which I took down, and they are matching to my notes. An invitation to bid was published by Pedro Agkawili. This is the head of the Bids and Awards Committee, one of the 6 who is detained now by this committee, for the purchase of 5 units of bus for the province of Ilocos Norte. It was published on May 24, 2012, with the pre-bid conference scheduled on May 31, 2012, 10 a.m. The opening of the bid was scheduled, please note, dear colleagues, on June 14, 2012, 10 a.m. The bids were to be opened June 14, 2012. Mr. Viernes, what is the date of the check of 15,300,000 for 5 buses, which we have marked as Exhibit F, as in Foxtrot?
May 25, Your Honor.
May 25, 2012. The opening of the bids was supposed to be on June 14. Publication was May 24. Pre-bid was May 31. Opening of bids June 14. So now, we can see, no, it's very puzzling. It was published May 24. There was already a check on May 25 when the bidding was supposed to be June 14. How did this happen? So these are the questions we would like to ask these people. And they are not providing us with the necessary answers. Can you imagine, dear colleagues? The bid was supposed to be opened June 14. The check was dated May 25, 1 day after publication. Mr. Viernes, so we thank you for your forthrightness and honesty. Your AOM also captured the transactions around September 7, 2012. Did they not, Mr. Viernes?
September.
Kasama po ba yon, sir, yung 70 units photon?
September 12, Your Honor.
September 12.
Yes, Your Honor.
So actually, Mr. Viernes is already providing the answer. The check is dated September 12. But according to PhilJeps, this purchase was done through direct contracting, no? Which is very specific. It has to be proprietary in nature, property rights owned by only single person, cannot be provided for by any other supplier, which is not the case. Again, another violation for a photon mini truck, no? Because you cannot specify the brand when you conduct your bid. But even more telling, the publication was September 7. The opening of the bids was September 13, 2012. But there was already a check September 12. Hindi pa nagbibidding ng September 13, may check na. Check 8871405, marked Exhibit H. I just wrote it down now, no, from the testimony. So these are the questions, no, from whether 7171 was being used properly now to are cash advances in this manner allowed under the procurement law. That there are already checks, cash advances, before the bidding. So these are the questions I would like to ask again from the 6, should they appear before our committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kong Rimpi. Any Comments from other representatives? Representative Harry Roque?
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to state my humble opinion on the power of this August chamber to hold witnesses in contempt. No? I'm happy that the Secretariat distributed the leading case of Arnault versus Nazareno. This was the precedent-setting case, which provided for the jurisprudence that Congress, both houses of Congress, have the inherent power of contempt if a witness should refuse to testify or if a witness should not testify the truth before Congress. So the contempt power, unlike contempt powers of courts, is not just for refusal to appear. It is for refusing to testify truthfully. And in that sense, Congress will have to make a determination on whether or not testimony of a witness is truthful or not. But you see, Mr. Chair, I think what has to be underscored is the importance of the power of contempt in the exercise of the plenary power of this August chamber to conduct investigations in aid of legislation. Our note makes it very clear that we have this power precisely because we draft laws. Laws are norms which consider policies, and unless we know what the truth is on certain matters, we cannot draft sensible laws. I also call attention of my colleagues and this committee to the fairly recent decision of NERI versus Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. The significance of NERI is that, yes, this power to hold individuals in contempt is not unlimited. But what is important, Mr. Chair, is that NERI was not a petition for habeas corpus. And the importance of this fact is a petition for habeas corpus inquires into the legality of a detention. Now, what surprises me with the decision of the Court of Appeals is why it granted a petition for habeas corpus when the issue in that petition should only be whether or not Congress has the power to cite individuals in contempt. And because Congress has this power, then habeas corpus is not the proper remedy. The proper remedy really is certiorari, because under the 87 Constitution, it is now provided that where an individual claims an alleged abuse of discretion amounting to lack of or excess of jurisdiction, courts cannot defer the exercise of jurisdiction, but must rule in the same way that they ruled in NERI versus Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Now, the limitations recognized in NERI do not include the fact that witnesses allegedly cannot remember facts. The limitations recognized in NERI is that the rules, as a matter of due process, must be published, and I believe the rules of the House on legislative inquiries have been published. Number two, notice has been sent to the witnesses, and if they so request, the questions be asked or be provided them in advance, and I do not think any such request was given by the witnesses. So I'd like to manifest that actually the issue of the writ of habeas corpus having been issued by the CA is an issue that affects institutional integrity of Congress itself. I do not want to discuss the issues involving in the investigation. I will study the issue so that when it's time to vote, I will so vote. But at this point, it's important that all members of Congress and all those who believe in our Republican form of government should defend the power of this chamber to cite individuals in contempt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, we'll have one manifestation. Then after that, we have here today Representative Imelda Marcos, and she has a request which I will read so that we could discuss and deliberate on her request. So after the manifestation of Representative Leachon, I will read the letter of Representative Imelda Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in addition with the manifestation of Congressman Harry Roque, may I just manifest for the record before this committee that, well, of course, the power of contempt of these committees, which is actually the power of Congress, is actually very controversial right now in view of the detention as a result of what we voted upon. when we held in contempt those 6 officials from the province of Ilocos Norte. Well, it must be noted that the different constitutions that we had in the 1935 and the 1973, the provision of the Congress in aid of legislation to conduct inquiries were not actually cited. But under the 1987 Constitution, it is actually expressed therein. And of course, even then that the power of contempt was not actually expressed in the Constitution, we should borrow the doctrine of power of contempt even from the American history and even from the American jurisprudence. And it should be clear for the record, for the public, and of course in due deference with the ruling of the Court of Appeals and of course the judiciary. May I remind, of course, everybody, especially coming from the judiciary, that the power of contempt of Congress emanates definitely from the old rule. In fact, it was even decided in the early case of Burdett versus Abbott, which was even cited by Chief Justice Crunch of the United States of America. In fact, it was written in the legal assemblies. It was told therein that the power of the Senate and the House of Congress in the exercise of the power of contempt are actually exercising its legislative power. The power of contempt is the nature of a legislative function, not a judicial function, because it is provided for in the legislature to have that power in order for it not to be inutile and impotent in the exercise of the crafting of laws, especially so when vital documents are to be produced, so as to perfect and craft the eventual legislation that the Congress is wishing to make. Now, it was said in that case that since this is inherent and actual, implied, and auxiliary power of Congress, being that one, the Congress, both the Senate and the House, are the sole, may remind you, for the benefit of the public, are the sole judge of the power of contempt. And in the commitment of witnesses who disobeyed any orders coming from the committee or for Congress as a result of that contempt power, no other courts of justice have the right to review the decision in order to look and inquire into the propriety or correctness of the contempt power. And being that so, it was finally said so in that case that a general warrant confining the witnesses by virtue of contempt power is actually non-reviewable by any courts of justice. So, Mr. Chair, would like to impress upon this committee, and so for the benefit also, and of course, with due respect to the members of the judiciary, the power of contempt of Congress is not actually reviewable by any courts of justice because this is inherent legislative function of the House of Representatives. Thank you,
I totally
Mr.
agree
Chair.
with you, Representative Leochon, that the power of contempt of Congress is not subject to judicial review. Anyway, I have in my possession a letter of Representative Imelda Marcos, which I am going to read for the information of everyone and for some comments also and for discussion. Dated June 20, 2017, Honorable Pantaleon is addressed to Honorable Pantaleon Alvarez, Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Johnny T. Pimentel, Committee Chairman, Good Government and Public Accountability, House of Representatives. Gentlemen, I respectfully appeal to the compassion and sympathy of the House of Representatives through your leadership, grounded on humanitarian purposes for the temporary liberty of the 6 Ilocos Norte provincial government employees being detained in relation to House Resolution number 882. The 6 detained public employees, the Ilocos 6, are aged 47 to 63. Most, if not all of them, have medical conditions that may worsen due to the confinement for a long period of time, such as their detention. One of the 6 has cardiomyopathy, others have diabetes, one has lumbar disability, and another has suffered mild stroke. Well, we have to verify that, ma'am. Also, they are parents and grandparents who have children and grandchildren who are depending on them for their daily needs. The sudden and prolonged interruption of their daily family routine has caused much anxiety to them and to their family members. Today marks the 22nd day of their detention. Thus, I respectfully and graciously petition this honorable committee to release temporarily on my own recognizance the 6 detained provincial government employees. I vouch for the 6 employees. They shall appear and respect the invitations or subpoena issued to them by this honorable committee. I am soon going to be 88 years old, and in the long eventful years of my existence, I have found out that it is not power but the milk of human kindness that make us godly, not influence or privilege or pride, for true greatness is wrought by love, love for the small and helpless, and like me and the Ilocos employees, the elderly and weak. Whatever mistakes they may have made, such answers through which they have faltered, your mercy please, release the Ilocos 6 to their families so they will be better able to help this committee and my honorable congressmen find the truth. Thank you, sincerely, Imelda Romualdez Marcos. Well, before I recognize or entertain some comments, ma'am, much as we would like to release the detainees, the opinion of this chair is that we really could not grant this request because they have been cited for contempt. And under our House Rules, Section 11 regards to contempt, the committee may punish any person for contempt by a vote of 2/3 of the members present. There being a quorum, the following shall be grounds for citing any person in contempt. Letter C, refusal to answer any relevant inquiry. Ma'am, the reason why these employees have been detained is because they did not answer our inquiries. Now, the chair has the opinion, or we could grant your request if you could advise these detainees to answer the questions. In fact, we will call them. We will be directing the Sergeant at Arms to give them another chance to answer the questions correctly, truthfully. And if they will answer the questions, we will set them free right here, right now, as long as they answer the questions. Now, so ma'am, we suggest, or the chair suggests, that if you could advise them to answer the questions truthfully, the chair may set them free.
Mr. Chairman, may I add, no, that lest we be thought of as heartless and cruel, it is precisely for this purpose that we are conducting this hearing today during the break, so that we will no longer prolong the agony of the 6 who are being held in detention. Just this afternoon, if they could just be forthright and truthful like Mr. Viernes, who is just saying what he knows to be truthful, then there is no reason for us to detain them, which is precisely why we are meeting today, even though we are in recess.
Yes, Congressman P., that is one of the main reasons why we are calling this meeting, as what has been stated in the previous hearing, that we may call a meeting during the recess so that we will be giving a chance to the detainees for them to answer their questions and so they can go home to their families. So may I...
in fact, if I may just raise a point of information, Madam, it is really imperative that they be advised properly because, in fact, what has been committed here constitutes a crime. And this is Article 226 of the Revised Penal Code, which provides removal, concealment, or destruction of documents. And any public officer who shall remove, destroy, or conceal documents or papers officially entrusted to him shall suffer the penalty of prisión mayor. So this may even be aggravated if the Contumacious Act is persist. And so it would do well for these witnesses to tell truthfully this committee of the information that is expected of them as public officers.
And another information to all the members, we have served notices to the 6 detainees last Friday, but they did not want to receive the notices to attend this hearing. We again sent another notice last Saturday. Again, they did not want to receive it. So we just put it on record on the logbook that the committee secretary went there to serve the notices. So, ma'am, based on your request, we will now call the detainees for them to answer the questions. If they answer the questions truthfully, and if they provide relevant information, we can set them free. However, if their answers are evasive, they do not want to tell anything to this inquiry, then we will be forced to return them to their detention cells. So this chair is now directing the Sergeant at Arms to conduct and escort the 6 detainees from detention cell and bring them to this conference room.
Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, while we are making arrangements for the presentation of the witnesses, I'd just like to ask first COA if it has taken, in the previous hearings, we had requested them to provide us the result of their investigation surrounding the loss of these documents, and I wonder if this has been undertaken and if such report has already been submitted to this committee.
In fact, I was going to ask that question to Commissioner Fabia. During our previous hearings, we requested COA Chairman Mike Aguinaldo to conduct an investigation on the missing documents because there are several hundreds, if not thousands, of documents that are being kept in a place designated by COA. And I believe that the prescription period is for 10 years. After 10 years, these documents will be discarded. Out of several transactions, only 3 were missing, and these 3 transactions involved in this case are missing. So may we know the status update of the investigation being conducted by COA with regards to the missing documents?
Your Honor, an investigation has been conducted upon the instructions of Chairman Mike Aguinaldo. And I would like to refer you to the regional director who will render the report.
Mr. Chairman, before the report is rendered, some administrative matters, could we have all our resource persons who have not yet perhaps taken their oath, take their oath before the committee?
All the 6 have already taken their oath in the previous hearings.
Our resource persons from COA, Mr. Chair?
Wala pa. Okay, can you please rise? Committee Secretary, please administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this congressional inquiry?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I also take the opportunity for councils to declare themselves if there may be so?
Before we recognize the council, if there is ever a council that is with them, we will proceed with the report of the director. Director, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Michael Bacani. I assumed office as the OIC Regional Director of COA Regional Office Number 1 just this April 6, 2017. So just recently. And I was tasked to audit also the United Nations Food and Agricultural Office organization just this May 13. So on May 13 up to June 13, I was in Rome. So before I left for Rome, I instructed the Assistant Regional Director to create a fact-finding team to investigate regarding the loss of the documents in Ilocos, in the province of Ilocos Norte. And they came up with a report which the committee has just received this afternoon. It's already with the committee. And it was mentioned there that someone took away the documents, from the storeroom, and then the name of the person is named in the report. The circumstances regarding the loss was specifically described in the report.
Okay, thank you. We will review the report. We will review the report first, no? So it has already been submitted to the committee director. Okay.
Yes, Your
Thank
Honor.
you very much, and we'll report. Anyway, we now have here the 6 detainees, of which I will mention their names and their positions. Miss Josephine Calahate she's the provincial treasurer of Ilocos Norte. Miss Encarnacion Gaor, office of the provincial treasurer, Ilocos Norte. Miss Hinidin Hambaro, office of the provincial treasurer, Ilocos Norte. Miss Evangeline Tabulog, provincial budget officer, Ilocos Norte. Mr. Pedro Agkawili. Andiyan ba si Pedro Agkawili?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Provincial Planning and Development Office, Ilocos Norte, and Miss Eden Batulayan, Accountant for Provincial Accounting Office, Ilocos Norte. May we know from the resource persons from Ilocos Norte if you have any legal counsel with you? May kasama po ba kayong may kasama po ba kayong legal counsel ngayon? Wala. So they do not have any legal counsel.
The House can provide, sir.
Do you want a legal counsel? The House can provide a legal counsel for you. Do you wish to have a legal counsel? Gusto po ba ninyong may legal counsel kayo, abogado? Pwede pong mag-provide ang House, Mr. Agkawili.
Your Honor, our preferred counsel is Attorney Vicente Tulaso. He is a Sangguniang Panlalawigan member. At present, there is a provincial session of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, so he is not available. We are sorry, we do not wish to have another counsel other than Attorney Vicente Tulaso.
Okay po, sige po. So wala. Okay, so put it on record that the witnesses or resource persons are appearing in this conference without any legal counsel. And please put it on record that this chair offered them a legal counsel to represent them. May I recognize, or rather acknowledge the presence of Representative Rudito Albano. To our resource persons, the reason why you were detained is because you were cited for contempt for not answering questions or inquiry from this committee. Now, Representative Imelda Marcos has submitted a letter to this committee requesting the chairman and of course Speaker Alvarez for you to be released. I told Representative Imelda Marcos that we can release all of you on the condition that we'll be truthfully answering our questions. Will you now answer the questions in this committee? Mr. Agkawili?
Your Honors, since we do not have counsel at this time, may we beg to not to answer any questions of the committee.
Kung ganun po, if you are not willing to answer questions, wala po kaming magagawa kung hindi ibabalik po kayo dun sa detention cell. Yun po ang ating house rules, and under our house rules, we can detain you until the last day of our session, and that would be on June 2019. So you'll be staying there for another 2 years. So ako po ay humihiling sa inyo dahil po dun sa hiling ni Ma'am Imelda Marcos na kayo ay release na po, and then I told her, you will be released on this day, you can be with your family as long as you will be able to answer the questions that will be asked to you. So again, for the last time, I'm giving all the 6 resource persons another chance for you to answer, and you can go home to your families. Ulitin ko po, handa po ba kayo na sagutin yung mga tanong ng itong komitiba?
Your Honors, hindi po kami handa kasi wala yung counsel namin. May pinorward kaming letter kanina sa House Secretary General na sinite namin yung mga reasons kung bakit hindi kami maka-answer ngayon.
Majority
Mr. Chairman, you know, for the record, the right to counsel is not indispensable in committee hearings. They have the right of witnesses. Hindi naman criminal investigation ito where the right to counsel is mandatory. Now, they are being offered counsels. Kung ayaw nila, they will have to answer. Now, please understand your situation, ano? You were notified of this hearing last Friday. You refused. Now, why did you refuse, Mr. Agkawili, to receive the notice of hearing issued to you? Were you not served a notice of hearing for today, last Friday?
No, Your Honor, there was a lawyer in our room which the server talked to, but I'm not aware of what happened, Your Honor.
Pardon? What did he say?
Pakiulit po yung sagot po ninyo.
Anyway, before that, who served the notice to them? May we ask the COMSEC?
Committee Secretary. It is here. Major
It says here, June 19, 2017, 11:13 a.m. As per Attorney Lasolo, to leave a copy with LSB. Ilocos Norte officials read but did not act on the notice. Refused to receive but Attorney Roxanne De Castro took photo. You refused to receive. You know, we're advising you, and this is a reply to the letter of Mrs. Marcos. A person, kayo po na anim, are a unique kind of detainees. You are a special detainees. Why? Because you hold the key to your cells. Kayo po ang may hawak ng susi ng inyong piitan. Pero kung itapon po ninyo yung susi na yan, wala nang susi po yung piitan. Dahil you are being held in contempt for refusing to answer simple questions. Now, we will ask Ms. Batulayan, and if you refuse to answer, let it stand on the record. But we offer you counsel. You were notified, and your counsel, Attorney Roxanne De Castro, who's appearing in the CA for you, was there. Yet they choose not to be here. That is your own call. Now, Ms. Batulayan, can you please show Ms. Batulayan a copy of Exhibit A? Ito pong Exhibit A na ito, Madam Accountant Ms. Batulayan, ay the Observation Audit Memorandum of Mr. Franco. Addressed to the Governor, attention, nakalagay pangalan mo. Now, can you look at this Observation Audit Memorandum? An OAM, ano? AOM. Audit Observation Memorandum. AOM. Nandun. Okay na. Mr. Biernes, pakita mo siya ng kopya. Ito po, Audit Observation Memorandum dated January 8, 2013, addressed, kayong dalawa, I addressed this both to Josie Calahate and Miss Eden Batulayan dahil, attention, Provincial Accounting Office, you are the head of the Provincial Accounting Office. Provincial Treasury Office, Treasurer Calahate, you are the head. Tignan niyo yung AOM. Do they have copies? Can the page...
May I direct the page to please give a copy to the resource person?
Did you receive... tignan nyo, basahin nyo, tapos tignan nyo, nakatanggap ba kayo ng kopya nito? Ayun, nandiyan si Mr. Biernes who served kanya yung AOM. Kasi po mga ganitong klaseng question o tanong, napakasimple po eh. Pero kung sasabihin nyo, ay, hindi namin alam. Hindi po, evasive po kayo pagka ganun. Kaya po kayo nade-detain. That's why we're taking time. Naka-break na ho kami. But we're giving you all the opportunity to purge yourself of the contempt para maalis po ninyo yung dahilan ng inyong pagka-contempt. At sagutin lang po ninyo, i-move namin po na ililip yung contempt, pwede na po kayong umuwi ngayon mismo. Kung tatanungin, halimbawa namin, ninakaw mo ba yung pera? Hindi mo pwede mo sabihin, I invoke my right against self-incrimination dahil pinapaamin namin o tinatanong namin kayo kung nagnakaw kayo. And then, I'm just advising you as my province mates. Like I said, we work together. You work with me. Yung mga lawyers nyo, ginagamit kayong sakripisyo eh. By saying, you say you do not remember, you say you want to see the original, wala na yung original. And then, ang sinasabi nila, you were answering, pero hindi ko raw gusto yung answer nyo. Hindi lang naman po ako dito. Ito, ang dami pong members dito. Halos 30 yatang nandito ngayon. To whom you can appeal. Ang kanilang sinasabi po, kasi control pa rin niya yung committee. Hindi po nyo kilala mga congressmen pag sinasabi po ninyo, ako po, pwedeng tanggalin ng mga, maski yung speaker, pwedeng tanggalin po ng members. Kami po, nagsisilbi po kami at the pleasure of the majority of the House. Hindi sila po obligado to follow us. Puro kinatawan po ito ng buong bansa. Iba-iba po to. Lahat po ng klase ng buong Pilipinas na miyembro nandito po. So, now, ma'am, para maintindihan po ninyo, naawa kami sa inyo but they're using you. We will hear, I read already, para malaman nyo, yung desisyon. Kami po, ang position namin sa House, hindi namin kayo i-release hanggat umabot sa Supreme Court. And believe me, the Supreme Court will cite us correct. Because yung aming pinagbabasehan, desisyon ng Supreme Court. Ito ang sinabi ng Supreme Court. Hindi ho kami nagsabi niyan. It was the Supreme Court that said that the House of Representatives or the Senate or any of its committees may poder po na panagutin kayo. Sagutin. At kung hindi po kayo sasagot, pwede po kayong makontempt. Yan pong nangyayari ngayon. Pero yung mga abogado nyo, first, how did they mislead you? Sabi nila, hanggang 10 days lang kayo dito dahil yan ang nasa rules nila. Yung 10 days po, nag-a-apply lang yan kung yung nanggugulo o binabastos yung committee. Pero yung for refusing to answer, dyan po kayo hanggat hindi po kayo sumagot ng diretsyo. Yung nga kaso ng Arnold, paliwanag ko lang dahil wala kayo kanina, maliban ko narinig nyo doon, ang tinanong lang doon kay Arnold, where did you give the 450,000 pesos that you encash? Ang sagot niya, I cannot remember. Doon siya nakulong. At sabi ng Supreme Court, imposible na hindi mo maalala kung kanino mo ibinigay yung 450,000 pesos. You do not give 450,000 pesos to someone you don't know. And then, after that, he said, like Pete, I invoke my right against self-incrimination. Sabi ng Supreme Court, paano mo i-invoke yung right against self-incrimination when you yourself said you did not even know the name of the person to whom you gave the money? So how will you incriminate yourself? So nakikita po nagsisinungaling. Parang kayo po, sinasabi nyo legal ito eh. Legal yung transaksyon nyo, pero hindi nyo naman sinasabi kung paano nangyari itong transaksyon na ito. Wala kayong maalala eh. Now, looking at the audit observation memorandum, nakita mo ninyo yan? Did you receive a copy?
Your Honor, ang sagot ko lang dito po, ngayon ko lang makita itong AOM. But then gusto ko sanang sabihin sa honorable body na ito, as of this date and as of this time, we are very much depressed. Hindi pa kami nakauwi sa aming pamilya, sir. Kung pwede lang, give us time to verify this AOM kasi ngayon lang namin nakita ito. Hindi na-serve sa amin ito noon. And we are not in a position right now to answer questions kasi very much depressed na kami. Worried na po kami. Please, sir, maawa naman kayo. Pauwiin nyo na lang po kami and then we will come back anytime na gusto nyo. Pag medyo stable na ang aming pag-iisip.
Okay, ma'am.
Please,
Isipin mo
sir.
You were first invited here on May 2nd.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Totoo po yun.
Nakita nyo na yung transactions na 3 dyan. Andali nyo na sanang chinek sa records nyo. Kayo na lang na 6 dyan, nag-usap-usap na sana kayo. Andali sana eh. Chinek nyo na sa records nyo. Ano nga ba itong transaction na ito na tinatanong ng Kongreso? Madali sana, pero ang unang sagot nyo sa amin, wala pang instruction si Governor Marcos. So, ayan, cool na cool kayo. Wala kayong problema. So, we reset it to May 19. Hinintay ho namin kayo ulit. 2 linggo. At May 16. Oh, May 16. Reset po namin, pero sinupinahan na namin kayo. Hindi pa rin ho kayo nagpakita.
Kaya nga
Wait,
nagmamakaawa
listen to
po
me.
kami.
Listen, ma'am, para malaman po ng publiko, nagmamakaawa po kayo, but pity begins with yourself. Maawa ka sa sarili mo. So,
Opo, sir.
nasupinahan po kayo ng May 14. O wala rin kayong problema. Wala ka rin sakit. Nandun kayo sa bahay nyo. Hindi mo na naman, you did not even bother to look at these documents. Ano ba itong iniimbestiga? Samantala, nawala na yung mga dokumento sa mga opisina nyo. So, finally, dumating kayo May 29. 27 days mula nung inimbitaho namin kayo. At nung tatanungin namin kayo, pwede ba umuwi muna kami para check-in namin? Hindi po, para nakakaloko po yon. So, I'm stating this on record para makita po kung sino ang nagkamali o hindi. I'm telling you, I am very confident that the Supreme Court will uphold us on this matter because yan po ang jurisprudence. So bakit hindi mo kasi sagutin? Now, I ask you, hindi mo maalala na nag-cash advance kayo, nag-grant ng cash advance, pambili sa mga sasakyan? I ask you, Ms. Batulayan, you cannot remember?
I can remember na bumili kami, sir.
Oo.
Pero yung vote share, hindi ko I'm not certain kung kas advance ang nagamit o hindi. Kasi sa listahan nga ni auditor, ang dami ng kas advances dito. Kaya kung pwede lang, allow us to go home first and so that we can give you a valid or totoong sagot.
Ma'am,
Sana.
sumulat yung auditor sa'yo early on. Can you give the letter to the... Sinagot mo yung auditor eh. Tingnan nyo kung paano kayo, you are really digging your own grave. Eto, sumulat po yung auditor, hinihingi sa inyo yung mga papeles na yan na kinalaman dito sa ina-investiga namin. Sinagot nyo siya eh. Ang sagot mo, wala na ho sa amin yung mga dokumento eh. We cannot produce that. But you had, ma'am, 27 days to look at all of this. Ito po. Oh. May 8, sulat mo, pirma mo. Address to state auditor, kasi sumulat si state auditor sa inyo. Sabi niya, address to the governor, May 4. Ha? Governor Amy Marcos, Governor. Attention, Eden Batulayan, ikaw. Back Chairman, Agkawili, nandyan. Joseph Castro, Supervising Auditor. Sir, nakalagay dito, in compliance with the unnumbered memorandum of Ms. Marilyn Liaguno, who is here with us, OIC Supervising Auditor, we request your good offices, the authenticated, duplicate, triplicate copies of the following documents. Una, acknowledgement receipts for 40 units multi-cabs, 5 buses, and 70 photon mini trucks. Pangalawa, copies of disbursement vouchers pertaining to the cash advances, and their corresponding supporting documents. Pangatlo, copies of liquidation vouchers, reports, and the aforementioned cash advances. Pang-apat, complete documents in the conduct of the procurement of the multi-cabs, buses, and mini trucks. We appreciate very much if the certified photocopies of the above documents will be furnished to our audit team on or before May 9, 2017, as the same have to be furnished to the office of the House of Representatives. Ito po sinagot mo. May 8. Kayong dalawa pumirma, Eden Batulayan and Agkawili. This is to inform you that we cannot provide you the requested authenticated copies of the following as per your letter dated May 4. Yung 4 na hinihingi nila. For the reason, etong dahilan nyo, that the original vouchers are no longer in custody. These were already submitted to your office for post-audit. Ba't namin kayo pa uwing ngayon? What will you do? When on May 8, you had all the time to look for this document before you came here on May 29, hindi nyo tinignan eh. Andali nyo, matagal na ho ito. Ma'am, you are taxing the credulity or the patience of the committee. Kasi nag-usap-usap. Are you saying that even the governor did not call for you? Eh dapat nag-usap na kayo. Ano ba itong transaction na hindi po nakakapaniwala? Yung sinasabi nyo dahil iniimbestiga na kayo. Eto nga, isipin po ninyo, umaabot na sa Court of Appeals. Kumuha na kayo ng pinakamahal na abogado sa buong bansa, Estelito Mendoza. Napakasimple po ito eh. Tinatanong lang namin, Miss Sambaro, nandiyan ka, Miss Sambaro, oh. Kinuha na namin sa bangko yung scanned copy of the check. In-identify na, we can make you answer these documents because Mr. Viernes has already identified these documents as a faithful reproduction of the documents that he audited. Pakita mo nga sa... Kasi yung mga lawyers nyo naman, they're covering up for somebody, kawawa naman kayo. Dahil sabi na, wag lang kayo. Eh kayo nakukulong eh. Ito po ang rules of court. Tingnan nyo. Sige. Best evidence rule. Ayan po. Taas nyo. Para makita po ninyo, even si Pete Agkawili eh, LLB graduate ito eh. Oh. Original document must be produced. Exceptions. May exception po. Ayan, sabi diyan, when the subject of... Pero sa korte po ito ah. Pero the Supreme Court has held that in committee hearings, hindi po kami adhering strictly to the rules of court. Pero ito po, maski sa husgado. Oh. When the subject of inquiry is the contents of a document, no evidence shall be admissible other than the original document except in the following cases. May exception po. Number 1, when the original has been lost or destroyed or cannot be produced in court without bad faith on the part of the offeror. Yan na nga ho. Nawala na. Wala na, hindi naman kami ang... Oh. Number 2, when the original is in the custody or under the control of the party against the evidence is offered, ikaw, Madam Accountant, yung cash book ninyo, nandyan lahat yan. Yung return of checks issued, you have that, di ba, Ivan? Who holds the RCI? Which office holds the RCI?
Kami po, sir, yung RCI, kaya lang noong na-renovate yung Kapitolyo, lahat ng records namin, that was in 2000, kasi matagal yung renovation, sir, nabuhat lahat, nailagay sa bodega namin sa Takwat, sir. Kaya hindi madaling maghalongkat kung sakali man or to verify those records, especially parang inanay na yata, sir. But we will try. Bigyan nyo lang kami ng time na makauwi.
Did you try? Did you do it? Have you done it? Not yet.
Not yet, sir.
Oh, nakita mo. From May 4 nga, nung sinabi, hinihingi sa'yo ng COA, you did not even go and look at them. Oh, see? And then sabi mo, baka inanay na and everything. Eh, talagang aanayin na dahil instead na pinuntahan mo kaagad, hindi mo pa pinuntahan. You had all the time to go and check them. Return of checks issued are with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Kaya nga eh. Kaya yung check eh. Now, Miss Hambro, have you ever received a cash advance? Dito na nga eh. Nandito sa OEM. Oh. Ito. Babasahin ko. Address to the governor. Kaya yung mga abogado nyo, mag-ingat kayo dahil meron silang pinagtatakpan. So ina-advise kayo, huwag kayong magsalita, huwag kayong magsalita. Kayo ang kawawa. Kayo ang least guilty dito. In fact, yung isa sa inyo, kung gusto nyo mag-state witness na dyan, ipapasok namin kayo sa witness protection. And this office, this committee can grant you. We can recommend you. Kasi nga, hindi naman kayo, ang palagay ko, hindi kayo most guilty dito dahil ba't naman papayag si Governor, bibigyan ka ng 32,550,000 pesos. Ms. Ambaro, magkano ang bond mo? How much is your bond? How much does your bond cover to accept cash advances? Do you know? Ms. Ambaro.
As far as I can recall, sir, it's 75 million.
So, covered ka for 75 million.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
ma'am. See, ang galing ng memory mo eh.
Hindi, sir. Alam ko
Hindi
na
nga.
po yan dati.
Ano?
Dati po kasi yan po ang trabaho ko, sir.
Kaya nga. Now, dito sa audit observation memorandum ni Mr. Bernes, nakalagay dito, May 25, 2012, date granted, purchase of 5 units buses, 15,300,000 pesos. Pakita mo nga, Mr. Bernes, yung in-identify mong voucher at cheque sa kanya. Ito sinabi na ni Mr. Bernes na iyan mismo yung faithful reproduction yan ng inaudit niya. Nandiyan ang pangalan mo eh, sa voucher. Nandiyan. Kaya ayaw mo kasi tignan and then sasabihin mo, hindi, gusto namin makita yung original. Eh, alam mo, wala na yung original eh. So, yun ang nakakaloko. Yun ang contemptuous dahil pinapakita na nga. Bakit mo ba tinatago? May illegal bang nangyari dito? Will you answer me, ma'am? May illegal ba nangyari dito?
With respect to you, Your Honor, I'm not in the position to answer that because I don't have my counsel with me.
Oh. Now, ang tinatanong ko lang, wala kang natanggap na 15,300,000 pesos na cash advance. Under oath ka.
I invoke my right to remain silent, sir.
Makita nyo. You do not invoke your right to remain silent in an inquiry. Yan ang sinabi nga ng Supreme Court, ma'am. Dahil kung yung right to remain silent applies only for persons under criminal investigation. Yan po, pagka ikaw suspect sa murder o suspect ka sa malversation at iniimbestiga, ito po congressional hearing po ito. So you are invoking your right to remain silent and a simple question. We will respect that, ma'am. In the same manner, you will respect us also if we will detain you here. Dahil ayaw mo magsalita po eh. Yan na nga. Nakita po ninyo kung gaano kasimple ito. Tinatanong mo siya. Eh di sabihin po niya, hindi ako tumanggap. Wala akong tinanggap na ganyan. Kasi nga, the answer is yes. Tumanggap siya. At mapakikita yan. When we bring out the checks at yung return of checks issued, Josie, where is your cash book? Josie is Miss Kalahati. Naawa naman ako sa inyo eh. Nasasakripisyo kayo rito, but...
Good afternoon, Your Honors. The cash book is being maintained by our cashier, Your Honor.
So, The cash book will show there the check number and the amount issued, di ba? And the date.
The date, the check number, and the amount issued.
So, is the cash book still there? When this was being investigated and they were asking you for the documents, did you not check your cash book? Cashier, sino cashier? Si Gaor?
Yes.
O Miss Gaor? Ikaw pa pala cashier, ikaw pa nag-cash advance. Oh. So you have the cash book with you?
Yes, sir, I have.
Ah?
Yes, sir.
O chinek mo? O, didn't you bother to check kung itong inquiry na ito nandyan?
Eh, sorry po, pero wala na rin po eh.
Wala na rin yung cash book?
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Gaya ng sinabi ni Mrs. Batulayan po, nung nag-renovate ang Capitol, hindi naman po sinasadya, nag-ano kami.
Sabi mo lang kanina, yes, nandun yung cash book. Eh ngayon, kinalapit ka lang nung katabi mo, katulad ng sinabi. This is your problem. This is your problem. And then, they want that we release you and bail. Hindi po, maski saan po aabot ito. Ito po, integrity ng Kongreso po ito eh. Gumagawa po kami ng batas other than this committee has the jurisdiction of malfeasance, misfeasance, or non-feasance in government. Eh, pupunta po kayo sa CA, aabot po sa Supreme Court ito, matagal po kayo dyan. And then, mahihirapan po kayo pagka ganyan. Yung cash book, so nawala na rin yung cash book. So, wala na tayong, anong period yung cash book na nawawala, ma'am? What period does it cover? Miss Gaor.
Ang meron na lang po sa akin is 2014 to present po.
2014 to present. How long are you supposed to keep those records? Ten years. Yan po ang batas. Eh ngayon, well anyway ma'am, yung mga ganyan na deportment nyo dito, makikita po. We will be able to get copies of the checks from the bank. And then, Mr. Biernes has already testified na ito. Ito nga, tignan mo yung cheque. Pakita ko rin siya, Ms. Gaor. Can you show her the check where she is the payee? Ms. Gaor, did you ever receive a cash advance of 18,300,000 for the purchase of 40 minicabs? Ito, very simple question po yan. Ayan na yung voucher, nandyan na yung purchase request, obligation request, voucher, and cheque. Nakapangalan po kayo. Yan ba yung Encarnacion Gaor? Ikaw pa, cashier. Maalala mo. O sabi mo, yes sir, maalala ko na ito. Ito yung tinanggap ko. Eh di, tapos na yung boxing. Pwede ka nang uwi. O, tatanungin pa kami na iba. Pero pag sabi mo, ay hindi ko po maalala, eh you are already confronted with the document which has been identified by Mr. Biernes, can you please reiterate in her presence, iyan bang pinapakita sa kanila a faithful reproduction of the documents that was subject of that were the subject of your audit?
Your Honor, ang nasa akin yung
Ayun, sorry.
15 million.
Okay, yung 15 million, wag na muna. Si Janet din Hambaro uli. O, pakita yung 15 million. O, tignan mo muna, Mr. Biernes, before we show it to her. Yung 15 million na set of documents yan, are those a faithful reproduction of the documents that you audited?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was one of the subjects of your audit. Yan yung isang nakalagay dito sa audit report mo na una, 15,300,000 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
O, pakita mo, Madam Page, kay Ms. Hambaro, Dahil siya ang Sino nakapangalan dyan? Si Miss Jenedine Hambaro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Miss Hambaro, in-identify na ng auditor na yan yung in-audit niya. Yan ang kopya ng mga papeles. Now, tignan mo, ma'am, para nakikita mo na mismo, may pirma ka pa dyan. Nandyan na yung dokumento, nandyan na yung cheque. Now, question is, did you receive that amount of 15,300,000 pesos as appearing in that document shown to you?
Gaya po ng sinabi ko, Your Honor, dahil nga po Xerox ito, I cannot attest na ito po yung talaga. And I really need my counsel, Your Honor.
Hindi mo maalala kung nakatanggap ka ng pera na ganyang kalaki. 15,300,000 pesos for purchase of 5 buses. I will ask you, do you recall receiving 15,300,000 pesos as cash advance for the purpose of buying 5 second-hand buses?
Still, Your Honor, I need my counsel with me.
Okay. I'll ask you for the second question. Ma'am, do you recall, can you show her also the 32,550,000 para po makita ng Supreme Court that we gave you all the chance? Pero still, gusto mo yung counsel mo and everything. We cannot wait for your counsel. Naka-break po kami. But we convene. Nakita po ninyo kung ilang members po nandito just to give you the opportunity because this committee will be able to lift your contempt. Kung mag-cooperate, like we said, ma'am, kung ano-anong ginagawa nyo, but we just want the truth. You took an oath. Nanumpa po kayo to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So God will help you nga. Dito ho, well, I want to remain silent. Wala yung counsel ko. Ito po, para I am, at the sake of being makulit, uulit-ulitin ko po dahil makikita ng Supreme Court lahat po itong transcript natin dito that we are exerting our effort, bending down to you to accommodate you. We are not saying that you committed any offense. We are not accusing you of any crime. We're just asking you because we have an audit observation memorandum and Mr. Biernes has testified that indeed one of their findings was that cash advances for 15, marami pa ito, pati mga gamot and everything. And then, the subject for this relevant lang to the inquiry, yung 32,550,000, in-audit din niya Now, the document is in your possession. Malaki-laki na ito, ma'am. Doble na ito. Doon sa 15 million. 32,550,000 pesos. Pambili ng 70 photon. Do you know? Ito muna, tulungan kita. Alam mo ba kung bumili ang probinsya ng photon na 70? Miss Sambaro?
Your Honor, may nakikita po ako na binili ng province, pero I don't know if it's in the form of cash advance or in the form of direct payment, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko alam, Your Honor.
Meaning, hindi ka tumanggap ng cash advance?
Hindi ko nga rin alam, do.
Hindi mo alam kung tumanggap ka ng cash advance?
Na 32 million, Your Honor. Hindi po.
Because, did you see the check?
Yes, no,
Pakita niyo yung check sa kanya. The last page. It is paid to Jenedine Hambaro.
Your Honor, Xerox po ito. It would be better if I...
Hindi nga, ma'am. Oo. Tinuturoan mo kami Yan ang tinuro ng abogado mo sa inyo. Pero, whether it's Xerox, whether it's written, sinasabi lang dyan na ikaw ay nakatanggap ng 32,550,000. So, tinatanong namin, nakatanggap ka ba? Hindi ka pumunta sa bangko na i-encash ang cheque na 32,550,000 pesos?
No, Your Honor.
Ha?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. So you did not receive a cash advance of 32,550,000 pesos?
Hindi ko po maalala, Your Honor.
So alam mo na hindi ka pumunta sa bangko. That's very revealing, ha? Thank you for that. So, you are saying na iba ang nag-cash. Kasi nga, sinasabi mo, alam mo na hindi ka pumunta sa bangko para i-encash yung cheque. So, pag tinatanong ka, nakatanggap ka ba ng cash advance? Hindi mo alam. Now, Miss Kalahate, ikaw naman ang nagpipirma ng voucher. You are her direct superior. You are her provincial treasurer. Tignan mo yung cheque, may pirma ka dyan eh. Yung voucher, may pirma ka rin. O, tignan mo. Ma'am, kasi po, sa Republic Act 6713 na lang, Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Government Officials and Employees, you are supposed to serve the government with the highest degree of efficiency. Kayo po ang custodian ng pera ng probinsya. Now, nandyan na po yung kopya ng cheque. Mag-ingat po kayo dahil ine-establish po ninyo ang conspiracy. Nawala na yung mga returns of checks issued, nawala na yung cash book, nawala. Anyway, Josie, Evangeline, and Aiden, meron pa iba dito. Nakuha na namin yung original, dahil hindi nanakaw. Kasi nga, hindi subject of inquiry. But eto, para lang alam nyo how deep you are, how deep in trouble you are. Purchase of portrait, bust, sculpture, and services for the development of Poway Museum, 2.9 million. Nansan? Ayan, original. Papakita namin sa inyo. Hindi na kayo makakaiwas dito. Kasi nakikita na talagang ganyan kayo mag-transaction. Oh, isa pa. Materials and installation of precast concrete for Paseo de Poway. We have all the originals of this because they were not lost. Hindi sila ninakaw. 4,838,191. Purchase of medicines and lip spray, 211. Distribution to the different municipalities dated October 24, 5,999,000. 11. November 23, 2012. Purchase of panlabanan, 5 easy for distribution to different municipalities. O, Encarnacion Gor, ikaw na naman ang pay nito. 10,475,000. Pakipakita nga page, Ito, sulat, this is, we ask that this be marked as Exhibit I. It is dated June 19. Addressed to Attorney Maria Victoria Castillo, to the Secretary. Finorward nila from Auditor Vicenta de la Cruz, Marilyn Liaguno, in compliance with your letter dated June 17, we respectfully submit the certified photocopies of the disbursement vouchers representing the cash advances and corresponding liquidation vouchers together with the supporting documents as follows. One of them is Encarnacion Agor, purchase of panlabanan, 5 EC for distribution to the different municipalities on November 23, 2012, 10,475,400 pesos. Maalala mo yan, Miss Gaur? Do you remember this, Miss Gaur? November 2012, cash advance of 10.4 million.
Pwede po bang makita ang record?
Yes, ma'am. Pakita mo nga, original. Ingatan mo, baka mawala. Hindi, talagang maraming magagaling doon. Original na yan. Baka sama na kaya ako doon. Sabi ni chairman ng Committee on Justice, may ganyan daw na isang witness, pinakita yung document, kinain bigla yung document. Ma'am, does that look original to you?
Since this is already a certified photocopy by the COA, so I appreciate the statement of the COA.
You remember receiving that amount?
This will be subject to confirmation po.
Kanino mo i-confirm? You do not remember receiving 10.4 million, almost 10.5 million pesos for payment of fertilizers?
Sorry po, Your Honor, but I have to be assisted by my lawyer po.
Ayan, oo, talagang ganyan na. See, you already have the original, but ganyan na nga. So anyway, Ma'am Pete, so wala, Mr. Agkawili, you are the chairman of the BAC. Di ba may secretariat po kayo dyan?
As I said, Your Honor, I need assistance of counsel.
Tinatanong ko lang kung may secretariat sila, I need assistance of counsel. So you don't want to testify without counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please return him. I move that he be returned to his...
Shall suffer the penalty of prison mayor, which is 12 years and 1 day to 20 years. Baka lumala pa ho ito, kanya gusto ko lang sabihin sa mga witnesses natin dito that these are things that they ought to consider if they insist on acting contumaciously against this committee. And I raise this, Mr. Chair, because this has caused so much conflict already, even pitting two independent branches of government, which is Congress with contempt powers, and likewise the judiciary, which equally has contempt powers. And I am worried that in a resolution in contempt for failure to comply with the writ of habeas corpus issued on June 2, 2017, and requiring him to have the bodies of 6 petitioners before the court. A lot of things had already happened, and the detained witnesses are still here. And I cannot understand why the CA, which is an inferior court, could have issued this writ and even an order granting bail to these witnesses when in the first place the petition is not even compliant with Rule 3, Section 7 on the impleading of indispensable parties. And under existing jurisprudence, when you file a petition and you do not implead indispensable parties, this is outright dismissible. Not to mention that it does not have jurisdiction, CA being an inferior court and not a co-equal body of Congress. So this really is very disturbing, because when an officer of the Congress is now being required to show cause, this will equally warrant the issuance of a show cause order of these justices who unwarrantedly issued a resolution and caused the issuance of a show cause order, for which an equal action by the House of Representatives and by this committee is in order. And so, Mr. Chair, having said that, I much, while I really would not like to really venture into this, but I am constrained to also move that we require the 3 justices of the Supreme Court, of the Court of Appeals, who issued this resolution and order, be equally required to show cause by this committee, so that we will now be able to better understand the powers, the equal and independent powers of the 3 independent but co-equal branches of government. So again, I humbly submit that it is my humble opinion that the case that was filed in behalf of these witnesses is dismissible outright. As I said, because of violation of Rule 3, Section 7, 2, for lack of jurisdiction, and 3, and more importantly, because it is my humble view that this is a political question for which court should not even venture to entertain any petition on this matter. And that being the case, and for issuing these resolutions, I believe that contempt will also be in order after a show cause order has been issued and explanations had already been made.
Before
Thank
we
you.
entertain your motion, Representative Umali, we must first take action on the previous motion of the Majority Floor Leader. May I ask the Majority Floor Leader whether your motion was for Mr. Agkawili only or it involves all the 6 detainees?
Mr. Agkawili first because he's the one who's clamping up that won't talk. Na kayo amin, you don't want to talk without your lawyer, but we will ask them one by one for the record so that when the case reaches the Supreme Court, it will be very clear. So Mr. Agkawili may be
So
returned.
we'll first take action any second. There being no any objection, there being none, the motion is approved. The chair is directing the Sergeant at Arms to please conduct and escort Mr. Agkawili to the detention center.
Ma'am Eden Batulayan, we are giving you the chance. Look at that. Look at those documents. 3 sets of documents. These have just the 2. Let's limit it to the 2. The one amounting 300,000, and the 32,550,000 pesos, which, for your information, have been duly identified by Mr. Viernes as the same documents that were the subject of his audit observation memorandum. Look at the disbursement, the obligation request. Are you looking at the obligation request for 15 million, ma'am? Halong asset, 15 million, the vouchers. Oh, pero may madaming kopya sila. Nag-zero sila. Ito, yes ma'am. Oh. Ito, obligation request. First, Madam Evangeline Tabulog. Existence of available appropriation. Payment of 5 unit second-hand buses. Look at the document, Evangeline. Ito in-identify na ni Mr. Viernes na ito yung subject ng kanyang AOM. Maalala mo ba yan? Ito lang, how many buses has the province bought? Tatatlo naman, lilima naman yata, di ba? Has the province bought more than 5 buses? To your recollection? How many buses has the province bought? Taking a long time to answer. Ma'am, how many, do you know if the province bought buses?
As per this document, Your Honor, there are 5 buses.
And do you confirm that the province bought 5 buses?
But may I be allowed to verify from our records in the office if...
But ma'am, you received already the invitation as early as May 2nd. And then you were subpoenaed to appear here on May 14. And then you finally showed up on May 28 after almost 1 whole month. Hindi mo pa binerify ito, subject of the inquiry?
Naghanap po kami pero hindi po namin na...
O, saan mo hindi verify?
Pero baka sakali pong makita po namin yung...
So wala na kayong makita tungkol sa record
relevant
nito.
records
And
po.
Tignan mo na nga lang dito. Pirma mo ba yan? Ayan o, Evangel, ang liwaliwanag ko. Nakalagay pa, paid 25 May 2012. This is obligation request number without even using my glasses. 2012-5-536. Nakalagay, Responsibility Center, 89-8999. Payment of 5 units second-hand bus, 15,300,000 pesos. Signed, Evangeline Tabulog. Dito makikita mo na eh. But, i-verify mo pa, nakikita mo na nga ito, in-identify na ni Mr. Biernes na ito yung mga dokumento na ito.
I'm not so sure because this is a Xerox copy, Your Honor.
Ganun pa rin. So, okay. So, you will not answer us about this. Okay, Ms. Kalahate, for the 15 million, your signature appears so many times. Dito sa 15 million transaction, first, look at the purchase request. 15,300,000 pesos. Cash availability, signed over the name Josephine Calad, a signature, and below the signature, 2 initials. Very clear ito. PR number 417171, -2012-05-001, dated May 24, 2012. Very clear. Tignan mo ito. You don't remember signing this document?
Your Honor, as I look at the document which is being provided by Mr. Viernes, I would say there is a resemblance of my signature, but I still maintain and appeal that it is subject to confirmation with the original in case it will be found out by the Commission on Audit, Your Honor.
Ma'am, but you know that the originals are lost already.
We are not yet properly advised of the loss, Your Honor, but when, actually, Your Honor, when we received the first invitation and the second, the first thing that we did is really to look at these documents. And I asked the Commission on Audit if they can still provide us so that we know what really transpired on this transaction, so that we can properly evaluate. But they were then also looking on it. In which case, I did also my best to locate any document that would prove or that would be sufficient for us to bring to this honorable body. But I'm sorry to say, Your Honor, that we only the arrest, the acknowledgement, receipt of the equipment were found at that time when we come, Your Honor.
I'll help you. You never signed a voucher and a check granting cash advance of 15,300,000 to Ms. Ambaro?
With the many transactions, Your Honor, I could not say I've signed, but with the duplicate copies, let me appeal that I would like to put it in record that we have to verify it from the original, although I would say there is a resemblance of the signature, but it is subject to verification to the original or any document.
That should remind you already of the transaction. You read the document, the voucher, it says here, to cash advance the amount needed for the purchase of 5 units, buses, as per supporting papers here to attach, and you sign funds available. You don't, looking at this document, you will still say that you do not remember granting a cash advance?
I appreciate, Your Honor, the documents provided by the COA, but these are still Xerox and it might incriminate us. So, Your Honor, may I appeal that in the next meeting or scheduled meeting, if given the chance, we will try our best further to locate some document that would suffice the inquiry in aid of legislation, Your Honor.
How will it incriminate you, ma'am?
I am under oath, Your Honor. These are still Xerox copies. It might not tally with the original, so baka there will be case
No,
that
because we're only asking
Xerox
you
and-
whether you granted a cash advance, and we have a document here where signature is there and the pay is there, pati yung cheque nandito. So, you will not answer.
What is clear to us, Your Honor, is there are really purchases of buses and multi-cabs.
That's
By-
clear to us also. What
Yes,
is
Your
not
Honor.
clear is how these were purchased. So, ma'am, in your whole experience, how long have you been provincial treasurer?
1997.
1996, 97?
97, Your Honor.
97, so 20 years.
20 years.
Oh, 2017 to yun. Almost 20 years. Was there any occasion that the province bought as many as 70 motor vehicles at one single transaction?
70 units, Your Honor.
Yes. Meron na bang okasyon na bumili ang probinsya ng ganyang kadami ng sasakyan na 70?
70. What I remember, Your Honor, is there are a total of 110
Oh, 70 plus 40 nga.
for multi-cabs, Your
Oh,
Honor.
40
and
for the
5
first
buses.
transaction for 18,300,000 and 70 for the 32,550,000.
Yes, that's what's appearing in the record of the...
So answer my question. Was there any occasion na bumili ng ganyang kadami yung probinsya? Ito lang, di ba? O meron pa?
I can't remember any, and only this
Only
110
this.
units,
Kaya
Your
nga,
Honor.
kanino nyo binayaran yan?
I don't remember the supplier, Your Honor.
You paid 32 million to someone you don't remember.
I do not pay, Your Honor. I don't remember paying to somebody, Your Honor, because
there was a cash advance. That's the answer. You do not remember paying to a supplier because, in fact, the money was received by Ms. Gaor in cash. Ms. Gaor, di ba you received a cash advance of 32,550,000? Ms. Sambaro. Sorry, Ms. Sambaro. Isn't it a fact that you received a check in favor with your name as the payee for the amount of 32,550,000 pesos? You have a copy of the check there with you?
Still, Your Honor, I invoke my right to remain silent.
Okay. We will respect. So, we also return her. For the record, Mr. Chairman, we are having them returned because in spite of our due diligence here, affording them, extending them all the help, the witness, the resource person who on the records appear to have received 32,550,000 and as testified to by the auditor, states that she invokes her right to remain silent.
To the Sergeant at Arms, I'm hereby directing you to please escort Ms. Hinidin Hambaro back to the detention center.
Ms. Gaur, do you recall having received a cash advance of 18,300,000 pesos for the purchase of 40 minicabs?
As I have stated earlier, sir, I want to be assisted by my lawyer.
So you will not answer any further questions without the lawyer?
Opo, Your Honor.
Then, may I also move the CV return?
To the Sergeant at Arms, please escort the resource person back to the detention center.
Also, Ms. Batulayan, you do not remember also the transaction of a cash advance of 32,550,000? Three transactions of cash advances. First, 15,300,000 pesos, 18 million. How much is the 18 million? 18 million and the amount exactly 18 million, no? 18.6 million and 32,550,000 for photon minicaps. You do not remember that?
Gaya ng sinabi ko, sir, give us time sana na makabalik muna and then we will verify.
Okay, ma'am,
whatever
we will give you
records
time.
we have.
Now, ma'am, when you came here, you went on leave of absence, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Same with you, Miss Kalahate. Nag-leave po kayo. So, may in charge sa office, di ba?
Our assistants, Your Honor.
And when you are in leave, she has the authority to sign all documents, di ba?
Your Honor, not all documents.
Which documents could she not sign?
The resolutions of the back and they have limitations, Your Honor.
They have?
They are limited to salaries of the regular employees, the casual, and the utility bills, Your Honor.
Why?
That was the internal procedure.
Yes, but the governor can authorize somebody else, correct? Your next in rank, the assistant treasurer, she can be authorized, he or she can be authorized to act on those documents.
Yes, Your Honor, but not the the documents and the bids and awards, Your Honor.
Why not?
It's a different appointment, Your Honor.
So she can appoint somebody else, correct? Because you are now not available. You know why I'm saying this? Because their spinners are playing this up na hindi na makagalaw yung probinsya, hindi makapagsweldo yung tao dahil wala kayo. Yan po ay pambobola lang po yan. Because the governor can easily designate an OIC. They can, considering the unusual circumstances where these people are in now, kasi po, Ilocanohin ko, Dumawata o Tagalog, na-detain po sila dito, so the governor or the acting governor, in fact, may acting governor nga kayo because the governor has been gone since a long time. So, may acting treasurer din dyan. They can get from the director of the Bureau of Local Government Finance or whoever the authority to replace you because you are there, but they cannot use this as an excuse. Hindi po nila pwedeng gawin na excuse yan. You know, ang hirap po itong ginagawa ko. Why? Fighting against people who are very powerful, high and mighty, kawawa naman po ako. Ngayon lang po sa Facebook, binubugbog ako. Pati yung my late wife, my son, kung ano-ano, binubugbog, pero hindi po ako padadala dyan. Sanay na po ako dyan. Sanay na po ako sa mga ganyan. Alam naman po natin ang totoo. So, okay lang. We will let this drag. So why? They should designate already somebody to run these offices. So ano ang napaparalyze, Madam Treasurer, na transactions nyo?
The purchases of medicines, supplies, Your
Bakit?
Honor.
Why can they not purchase medicine without you?
The Bids and Awards Committee, Your Honor.
Di naman kayo nagbibid, puro kayo cash advances eh.
No, Your Honor, we are bidding now.
Oy,
We are
ito.
bidding.
Are you denying the AOM of this, purchase of medicines? Ikaw na treasurer nun, ha? October 24, 2012. Purchase of medicines and leaf spray 211 amounting to 5,999,000. You're denying this also? You want to see the original?
If it's coming from the Commission on Audit and original, we respect that, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, nagkakas-advance kayo. Pwede ba magkas-advance pambili ng gamot? Hindi ba dapat, sabi mo nga, nababak dapat yan? O purchase request and everything. Kaya nga, kinakas nga ninyo eh. Another
That
one, ma'am.
was also subject to back procedure, Your Honor, although it's a cash advance.
Ha?
Yes, Honor.
Auditor, Mr. Commissioner, magbabak daw para maski nakakas advance. Can you please enlighten them, Mr. Commissioner? That seems to be an oxymoron. Medyo magkakontra po yan. Ano ba purpose ng cash advance, Madam Treasurer? O for example, itong medicine na 6 million pesos, bakit ka magkakas advance?
The standard procedure that I remember, Your Honor, even if it's a cash advance, normally the bidding procedure has to be undertaken, and then when there is a PO or purchase order, Your Honor, that's the time when, unless it's for, that's the time the check or cash advance can be drawn if the situation calls for it, in case of I cannot really exactly tell what are those, Your Honor, but in normal procedure, kung cash advance, nababak din yun, Your Honor. Una, we undergo the process of bidding, Your Honor.
Oh, when you undergo the process of bidding, yung winning bidder, babayaran mo ng cheque yun, di ba? Kaya nga, that's why you have a bidding. In fact, may bid bonds yung mga yan. Whoever will offer the lowest bid and complying bidder, yun ang bibigyan ng award, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a member of the BAC, right?
Hindi mo lang.
Ha? Ma'am, you're a member of the Business and Awards Committee, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Now, pag may nanalo na, may award na, babayaran mo voucher, pangalan nung nanalo sa bidding, di ba?
In most cases, Your Honor, yes.
What in most cases? Kaya nga, may mga cases na hindi. Ano yon? Na hindi na kayo nag... So, you enlighten the committee because kami nga gumagawa ng batas eh. So, what are cases where you do not go through the... Sabi mo nga, maski mag-cash advance, magbabak pa rin kayo para lang may papeles kayo na kunyari nag-back kayo. That is an admission against your interest, madam. Because hindi, magkakas advance ka tapos magbibidding ka, muro-muro bidding na yon dahil natanggap na yung pera eh. Sabi ni Commissioner, and kaya daw nagkakas advance yan para madaling kaltasin yung kickback. Commissioner, can you please reiterate what you testified to here earlier? Commissioner Fabia of the Commission on Audit, kung bakit nangyayari yung mga kas-advance sa mga ganyan.
You said it very well, sir, Your Honor.
Yun ang paliwanag ni Commissioner. Kaya nga pinagbabawal po ng batas yan. Para yung kusino po, katulad po nga niyan, bibili kayo ng 70 na photon, cash advance kay Hambaro. 32 million. Kaya nga ho tayo nagkakasakit-sakit ang ulo natin dito dahil nahuli kayo. Nahuli kayo, nawala na yung mga dokumento, lahat magsasama-sama po kayo. Okay lang po yan, kung yan ang gusto nyo. Pero, nagkakaroon po ng conspiracy. Mag-ingat po kayo. And I will advise you, kumuha po kayo ng abogadong sarili nyo. Hindi yung provided by your principal. Dahil your principal will be protecting himself or herself instead of your own interest. Katulad po nito, hindi naman yata nyo ninakaw ito. Halimbawa, si Miss Hambaro, nautusan po ako na ako mag-cash advance dahil ako yung may band. Nag-cash advance po ako. Tinanggap ko, pero nakuha ko yung pera, binigay ko po doon sa kung kanino niya binigay. Dahil, alam mo, ma'am, kung bakit nahihirapan siya magsalita, matatanong, saan mo dinala yung pera? Doon Kaya, yung mga nag-a-advise sa'yo, huwag kayong magsabi because mapipinpoint na where the money went. But, kawawa naman po si Hambaro at saka si Gaordal, lalabas po yung cheque, siya po nag-negotiate. At saka, may testimony na nga, si Mr. Biernes sa OAM niya na, ito nga, na red flag na nga 15.3 million at saka 32,550,000. Sinabi na po niya dito, management resorted to cash advance in the procurement of goods amounting to 73,899,000. Dito na lang, Madam Treasurer, akala nyo okay na yan. Na-areglo nyo, liniquidate nyo, but these are already offenses. Dito na lang pwede na kayong ma-charge dahil violation na ito, anti-graft and corrupt practice. Mag-ingat po kayo. Ang laking halaga po nito eh. Hindi dahil binalik po ninyo sa malversation po, even if you return the money, it's still malversation. Restitution of the amount does not exculpate you from liability. Ito po, ang laki eh. Isang taon lang po ito. And you were the treasurer, you were the accountant, you were the budget officer. 74 million po ito. Findings lang niya. And then, Madam Treasurer, ito, isang question. Are there instances where tobacco shares of municipalities are forwarded or remitted to the province from municipalities? Has there ever been an instance?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I don't remember any. I think none.
I'll lead you. Did Banna, Municipality Banna, ever remit any amount to the province which was also used to buy vehicles?
No, Your Honor. I don't have any idea on that, Your Honor.
So there is none.
There is none. As far as I know, there is none, Your Honor, because the procedure for the release for municipalities, it goes direct to the beneficiary, Your Honor.
To the municipalities?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there was ever an instance that any amount from the municipality representing their shares were given to the province?
None, Your Honor. I
Thank
don't
you.
remember, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just would like to comment on the statement made by Ms. Gaor that the BAC was involved in this transaction. I really don't think that the BAC is involved. Kaya po tinawag yung BAC, Bids and Awards Committee. How can you say that the BAC is involved? Then there was no bidding that was conducted. There was no award that was made. Ito purely cash advance. If you say BAC is included or was involved, there should have been a bidding. Pag may bidding, you should have an abstract of bid. After the abstract of bid, meron pong notice of award. All of these are missing with the documents. All you have is just a purchase request and voucher. Yun lang po. We know very well na sa transactions ng bidding, you must have all these documents. So we will now go, that is just my opinion and my observation because that is how we do things under the Procurement Act of 9184. Wala po kayong abstract of bids doon. Kasama po yun sa transaction. Notice of award kasama po dapat yun. But in this case, wala po. So you can never say na kasama po ang BAC dyan. BAC was never involved. In fact, kung nandiyan po ang BAC, yung chairman po ninyo si Agkawili ang nagpirma po po dyan, si Marcos, kayo po, at saka yung, yung budget.
Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
For every cash advances, there is a liquidation voucher, which is processed by
That is a liquidation that is
accountant.
different from BAC. After you make a cash advance, you make a liquidation. But in this case, there is also another violation. I don't know if I hope I'm not mistaken, but under the COA rules, after 60 days, all cash advances must be liquidated. In fact, there was already a case filed in with regards to this matter. We will have to look into it pa nga kung kayo nakaliquidate ba kayo with that prescription period that it should be liquidated within 60 days. The COA knows that. Ang ibang transaction po ninyo, lumagpas na po sa prescription period. But anyway, that is another matter. We'll now go back to the proposed motion.
Mr. Chairman.
We will take action first on the...
This is related, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. So just 2 minutes. Mr. Chairman, to stress again, the BAC was involved. And that's why we called Mr. Pedro Agkawili, and our minutes of the previous meeting bear this out in the sense that I understand what you mean, Mr. Chairman, in that the proper procedures under the procurement law were not followed, that the BAC should have conducted an honest bidding, and that the award should have gone to the most advantageous bidder. But in this case, for the two subsequent transactions, the first one was not. Transaction 2 in the amount of 15 million and transaction 3 in the amount of 32 million. Luckily, these two transactions were captured by the AOM of Mr. Viernes. In these two transactions, as I've stated earlier, BAC was used because they have been recorded by PhilJeps as publishing for bidding for the actual items, the same items, no, as found in the documents that are the subject of the AOM, the disbursement voucher. They all match the description of the items, even the check. BAC published for bidding. As I mentioned earlier, there was a pre-bid. In the case of the 15,300,000, I repeat, publication was May 24, 2012. Pre-bid was supposed to be May 31, 2012. Bidding was supposed to be June 14. But there was already a check in the same amount for those items, cash advanced May 25. Kasama po ang BAC. Ginawa nila pong pantakip. In fact, nakasama sa kanila because now the transaction is recorded. For the third transaction in the amount of 32,550,000, ano ho? Direct contracting po ang ginamit na method under PhilJeps, as we have discussed earlier, which debatable. Photon mini truck is the item, again, a violation for using the brand. Publication, September 7. Opening of bids, September 13. The day before the opening of bids, may cash advance na, may check na, September 12. So BAC was a part of this transaction, the last two. So it's surprising, even before the bid openings, meron na pong cheque. And then the lady, Madam Kalahate, the treasurer, mentioned their liquidation. I have in my possession a sales invoice from Grand Star Motors and Industrial Corporation, sold to Provincial Government of Ilocos Norte, Lawag, Ilocos Norte, 40 units mini truck, 465,000, 18,600,000. This is the amount we are discussing for the first transaction. I believe this might have been used in their liquidation. No, so it is also after the motion of the, there's also an official receipt numbered 4666, Grand Star Motors Industrial Corporation, same for the amount of 17,769,642.86 centavos, which is also for this transaction of 40 units mini truck. So after the motion of the Honorable Umali, I will now propose a motion also to call for the officers of Grand Star Motors and Industrial Corporation to explain this receipt if it matches the transactions in question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we go back to the proposed motion of Representative Umali, may I direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to please escort Ms. Gaor back to the detention center. Attorney Umali is now recognized.
May I just reiterate my motion to issue a show cause against the three justices of the Court of Appeals who issued the resolution that I mentioned earlier for acting without jurisdiction and for resolving the same or not dismissing the same, even if it falls short of the required form under the rules of indispensable parties, because it did not implead indispensable parties, in particular the Speaker of the House and the Chair of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
Representative Leachon?
Yeah, well, in addition of the grounds, I think there's quite gross ignorance here of the law in because there's violation of the doctrine of the separation of powers. So with there being gross ignorance of the law, there's actually the action was also grossly immoral and unethical, considering that there was disclosure that she was the lawyer for the petitioner is actually a godparent. Nonetheless, she did not recuse herself from disposing the case. And I am quite surprised with this one because the notice or the resolution or the disposition or the decision of the Court of Appeals is without reason. There was merely narration of facts, there was disposition of the case, but if the thorough reading of the decision of the Court of Appeals, there was no recital of the ratio decidendi or the basis for which the disposition was made. And in view of that, there's a pending motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I would like to
on the
second it.
motion? Second?
Second.
Any objection? There being
No,
none?
may we just discuss?
Okay.
Because this is a very important
Yes.
order. Discuss.
The table is now open for discussion
Yes,
with regards to the motion.
May I, with the kind indulgence of the movants and the seconder, may we discuss this first? May I request that the Deputy Secretary General for Legal brief us about what happened, what the House did, because is Attorney Palikte here?
May we know if Attorney Palikte is in the conference
anyway,
room?
Restroom daw, restroom.
For the
Nag-restroom
discussion
lang.
po, kasi ganito, for the record, so that he's here. Oh. Attorney Palikte, can you please, because there's a motion here duly seconded for reasons stated, among which are, first, the petition failed to include an indispensable party, which in this case is the Committee on Good Government and or the House of Representatives, because under our rules, a contempt of the committee is a contempt of the House. So, hindi po impleaded yung House. Then, the Division of 3 of the Court of Appeals issued a writ of habeas corpus, and you appeared and showing to them that the detention is legal. It's not illegal, because the purpose of habeas corpus is produce the body to determine whether a person is detained illegally against his will. So this one is lawful. They showed that contempt. Then, biglang nag-issue sila ng bail. Without putting really two houses in collision. Worse, when they issued the release order, they gave a release order without notice to the House, and they came to the premises of the House. The sheriff demanding that the 6 be released, but they're ignorant of the rules of the House. The Secretary General takes his order from the House of Representatives and the committee ordered that they be detained. So how can the Sergeant at Arms by himself release the 6 without leave of the House? He would be in contempt of the House. He would be dismissed and fired by the House because he serves at the pleasure of the House of Representatives. Napakasimple po eh. Sabi po ng committee, approve, unanimously, i-detain mo yung 6 na yan. Pagkatapos, here comes the Court of Appeals, a Division of 3, ordering him to release it without due process on the part of the House. So, may we hear from Attorney Palikte so that the members can also
Attorney Palikte is recognized.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Perhaps I should first give you a rundown of the timelines so that we will situate ourselves in the order that the circumstances happened. The antecedents as to the issuance of the contempt order are already known. This happened in May 29, 2017, after the committee, after having received evasive answers from the 6 witnesses, ruled by a majority vote that they were in contempt and directed the Secretary General and the Sergeant at Arms to detain them in the House of Representatives. Yes, by a unanimous vote. Subsequently, a petition for habeas corpus dated 30 May 2017 was filed before the Court of Appeals entitled Hambaro versus Lieutenant General Roland Ditabali, docketed as CAGR SP number 151029. And this was on a Thursday, I think. The following day was a Friday, and the Secretariat does not have work on Friday. And it was during this day that the 4th Division of the Court of Appeals issued a resolution, which was received by the House of Representatives through the Office of the Secretary General at 11:30 a.m. in the morning of June 2, 2017. So the order required the Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General Ditabali, to file a comment to the petition before June 2, 2017. Required all parties and respective counsels to appear before the court on June 2 and to show cause why the court should not issue a writ of habeas corpus. So when we received this order, when the SecGen received the order, he communicated with his lawyers, the Legislative Affairs Department, and we were summoned to his office. We did not know anything except that there was a petition for habeas corpus, and we assumed that this was because of the detention of the 6 contumacious witnesses. On that, during these are the things that happened in between the court proceedings. So when we were in conference with the SecGen, I was informed that the Sergeant at Arms was on an official mission securing the safety of the members of the House who was on a Northern Luzon inspection trip. And the SecGen forthwith showed me an official copy of the travel order from, I believe, I do not recall the dates anymore, but I think it ended June 7 or 8. So that was the instructions of the SecGen to me. When we were in conference with the SecGen, the solicitors, the lawyers of the Office of the Solicitor General, who was handling it, the handling Assistant Solicitor General was Justice Rex Pascual, was in constant communication with us. So as all lawyers would know, you discuss immediately strategies. Strategies in the face of the fact that obviously we could not, Saa Ditabali could not appear because he was on official mission. And there was very little time to prepare for a sensible comment because we did not have any documents and there was so very little time. And so the hearing on June 2 proceeded as Attorney Estelito Mendoza, former Solicitor General, former Secretary of Justice, appeared for petitioners. As I have said, Attorney Rex Pascual from the Office of the Solicitor General was appointed counsel de officio for Respondent Lieutenant General Ditabali. After that hearing, the Special 4th Division of the CA issued a resolution containing an order wherein the court issued the writ of habeas corpus, ordered Lieutenant General Ditabali to have the 6 petitioners appear before the court on June 5, and requiring the SAA Lieutenant General Ditabali to submit a return of the writ of habeas corpus and to appear before the court on June 5, 2012, and to show cause why he should not be cited in contempt for failure to appear at the proceedings. So this happened because the lawyers of the Legal Affairs Department could not make it to the 2 p.m. hearing, and the fact that the Solicitor General thought as a tactic that it would be better if we don't appear, and he just explains the circumstances to the court, mainly arguing that since there is no effective service of the process, that the House was not afforded due process yet at that point in time. However, because immediately after the receipt of the order from the SecGen, I had already activated my lawyers, and one lawyer was near the court, Attorney Manny Manuel. He appeared, he entered the court, and therefore was asked by the court. And, he was very candid, and because he knew that there was 6 detained prisoners by the House of Representatives as a consequence of the contempt order, he responded that there was in fact an detained 6 prisoners at the premises of the House. So, but then the important thing there, I think, from that meeting is that there was no contempt order issued against the Sergeant at Arms. So we proceed to the June 5 setting. Which was ordered by the court. Okay. Now.
Attorney, pwedeng ano mo yung ano so we can hear.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Your Honor. In between the June 5 hearing and the June 2 hearing and disposition of the court, I was in constant coordination with the SecGen and the Majority Leader, Committee on Rules Chairman Rudy Fariñas, to discuss tactics and strategy for the court. And of course, the prevailing sentiment was that the Court of Appeals did not have jurisdiction over the House, okay? And that the House was ready to resist the order of the Court of Appeals. Knowing for a fact our internal procedure and guided by our internal rules as well as jurisprudence in regard penalties for violations of contempt issued by the committee. So, but the June 5 hearing centered only on the return of the writ, the explanation of the Sergeant at Arms for the show cause order, and the motion for reconsideration appealing the order of the issuance of the writ of habeas corpus. So it was during that time that I appeared at the court only for the purpose of informing the court and showing due respect to the Court of Appeals that General De Tabale was on official mission. He was not defying the order of the Supreme Court, but he could not physically, the Court of Appeals, but he could not physically be present because it was his primordial duty to secure the House members who were on official mission. So I reiterated those things as detailed and articulated in the return ad cautela submitted by the Office of the Solicitor General, as well as the omnibus motion to reconsider the resolution and to dissolve the writ. What's the status now? Yes, I will come to that, sir. On June 6, the Special Fourth Division of the Court of Appeals issued a resolution. The court ruled on the motion for reconsideration that there was no basis to dismiss the petition upon the alleged fact that the same is unsigned, because the petition was not signed by the 6 detainees. The petition itself was not signed, but only the verification was signed. So the court saw that as a minor formality and said that there was substantial compliance. The court also required petitioners to submit a written motion to be allowed to post bail. This occurred because during the proceedings, the presiding justice asked me, in my capacity as Deputy Secretary General, as to the penalty for the offenses of the offenses for contempt in the rules of the House. And he said that, what is the penalty for offenses of E and F? And E and F is for direct contempt, wherein the rules of the House provide that there is a 10-day penalty. What is the penalty for offenses A, B, C, and D? There is none, Your Honor. So the good Solicitor General therefore argued that what is excluded is generally not included, exclusio unius est exclusio alterius. But my submission to the court was that it has always, these offenses were guided by jurisprudence of, which has already been articulated by the Committee on Rules Chairman. The Arnold cases, Arnold Nazareno, Arnold Balagtas, Neri, Sabio versus Gordon. And I said that it has been always our contemporaneous interpretation that these offenses, the House is justified to detain the prisoners for these offenses up to the life of the particular Congress that it has issued it. So on that occasion, Attorney Mendoza rose and proposed an alternative remedy, which is a motion for their provisional liberty, while the court was in the process of ruling on the petition. And so the court ordered such a motion to be submitted and required our counsel, the Office of the Solicitor General, to comment on the motion for bail. Of course, the Solicitor General opposed the motion for bail. So this was on June 6. The court reiterated the order for General De Tabali to personally appear before the court on 8 June, because that was the end of the official mission in accordance with the travel authority. And I was asked whether I could commit the presence of the general. Of course, I know that that was a trap, and I said that insofar as the travel mission is concerned, it states that it will end on June 8. But I cannot say whether or not the general will appear on June 8. On June 8, on June 8, between June 6 and June 8, I was in constant coordination with the majority leader. And we were discussing refinements of the situation. So on one hand, you have the power of the House of Representatives constitutionally granted to conduct investigations in aid of legislation, and the corresponding power to declare witnesses who are contumacious in contempt. On the other hand, we were hailed to court, and as lawyers, I'm also an officer of the court. I have an obligation to state my position in a manner that the court will not feel that we are disrespectful of of the court. So, in consultation with the solicitors of with the lawyers of the Solicitor General, we came up with a scenario, a plan, which we presented to the SecGen and the Majority Leader and to the Speaker. This was the scenario called for the presentation of the position of the House of Representatives that the court did not have jurisdiction, and that it had internal rules to follow in the matter of the receipt of communications or orders of the court, which it was duty-bound to comply with. Remember that all communications received by the House are forwarded to the Committee on Rules for the disposition by the plenary. Okay. So, we hatched a plan wherein General Detabali will inquire from the Speaker, will refer to the Speaker the writ of habeas corpus and the orders of the Supreme Court requiring him to, the Court of Appeals, sorry, the Court of Appeals to show cause why he should not be declared in contempt because he failed to bring the bodies of the 6 detainees to court. The Speaker, true to the power of the House, constitutionally granted, and our own rules, responded to the memo of the Sergeant at Arms, wherein he stated the fundamental position of the House that the Court of Appeals does not have jurisdiction over the contempt power of the House. Those were, and that, according to our internal rules, he was duty-bound to submit the pleadings from the court as communications to the Committee on Rules for disposition by the plenary. These 3 documents were brought to court on June 8.
You issued them a copy of our rules.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, as required by the rules.
Yes, Your Honor. On June 8, this was brought to court by Attorney Ferdy Andres, one of the lawyers of the Legal Affairs Department, because we did not want to expose ourselves to more than necessary. So, naturally, Attorney Ferdinand Andres acted as a mere courier of the documents of the House, presented it to the Office of the Solicitor General, who presented it to court. And during that hearing, the court was formally advised and informed of the position of the House that it did not have jurisdiction over the House. Nevertheless, the court noted still the non-appearance of the Sergeant at Arms and stated that his non-appearance constitutes disobedience. The court then considered the motion for reconsideration filed by our lawyers, the OSG, and the motion for bail of petitioners submitted for resolution. On June 9, the court issued the resolution denying our motion for reconsideration, maintaining that it has jurisdiction over the matter, granting petitioners' motion for provisional release, ordering the petitioners to post bail in the amount of 30,000 pesos each to secure provisional liberty, and noting respondents' opposition to the order of provisional release. The court further required the SAA to show cause again in writing why he should not be cited in contempt for failure to comply with the writ of habeas corpus issued on June 2, 2017. The House has not officially received a copy of this June 9, 2017 resolution. But the contents of the resolution, as you all know, have been in the news already. So
Okay.
the last, yes, sir.
Okay, Pastor.
The last incident is that we filed through the OSG a motion for reconsideration ad cautelam to the order of release upon bond.
Just give the highlights na lang, Panyero, para...
This is also.
Oh, sige,
That's
oh.
the end of the highlights. That's the end of the timeline, sir.
Are
Okay,
you finished?
kasi
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ito po, the Solicitor General submitted a 50-page return ad cautelam, So return with caution. So sinasabi nila, they answered the petition saying they have no jurisdiction. Ito na, I'll give in a nutshell for the body to really appreciate. This was signed by Solicitor General Calida, Assistant Solicitor General Pascual, Senior State Prosecutor De Leon Abad, State Solicitor Villaseran, Associate Solicitor Estredicio, Valenton, Dolino, Flores, Tansinco, Pe. Ang dami po nilang pumirma. So, first argument nila, petitioners have no right to refuse answering the question posed at legislative hearings. Very clear naman po yun. Abila, for the following reasons. First, petitioners' constitutional right against self-incrimination is not violated. Second, the questions propounded by Congressman Parinas are pertinent to the issues the committee is considering. Third, the information asked by Congress are not privileged communication. And last, petitioners are not covered by executive privilege. Another argument that the Solicitor General said, petitioners may be compelled to answer specific questions propounded by the committee. And they cited a decision of the Supreme Court where legislative inquiries, unlike court proceedings, are not subject to the exacting standards of evidence essential to arrive at accurate factual findings which to apply the law. Court rules which prohibit leading, hypothetical, or repetitive questions or questions calling for a hearsay answer, to name a few, do not apply to a legislative inquiry. Relax nga ang rules eh. So then, another argument that the Solicitor General aptly advanced was petitioners were bound to know the facts without being confronted with the original of the documents. Then, and many other arguments that they said here, showing that the Contumacious Act, that they had all the time to look at these transactions, the auditor requested for the documents, linagay lahat ng Solicitor General dito. So, now our position now is very clear. Sabi pa nga ng Solicitor General, the writ of habeas corpus is unavailing. Because ang ginawa po ng Court of Appeals, if they grant bail, edi ano mangyayari sa atin once we hold a person in contempt for refusing to answer our questions, and the Court of Appeals or a CFI or RTC will issue a bail and order the Secretary General, edi naging toothless na the contempt powers of the House. And in support to the motion, I support the motion because the CA has resulted into a situation of absurdity. It is absurd because the House has contempt powers, and without even giving the House an opportunity to be heard, it is ordering our Secretary General to release the 6. And Eugene De Vera, Sergeant at Arms, Representative De Vera, can you cite the case of Arnold versus Balagtas? Because Arnold, again, si Arnold kasi, ang ginawa ng Senate na napagod na sila, kinumit na siya sa bilibid. Because under our rules, we can have these persons detained at any place the committee may designate. So, linagay siya sa bilibid. Oh, Eugene.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. This is the second case of Arnold. He was incarcerated in the Bureau of Prisons. So this is entitled Arnold versus Balagtas. The ponente in the first case of Arnold was Justice Osaita. The ponente in this case was Justice Labrador. So when Arnold was in the custody or was incarcerated or imprisoned, he executed an affidavit. And in his affidavit, he now mentioned or identified the third person who received the 440,000 pesos. So this affidavit was referred to the Senate, and the Senate conducted an inquiry again to the affidavit of Arnold. The Senate was not convinced that the Jess Santos that was identified to be the recipient of the 440,000 was the real recipient of the 440,000. So what did the Senate do? The Senate came out with another resolution and said they did not believe in Arnold and declared that Arnold be confined with the, continued to be confined with the National Bilibid Prison. So what did Arnold do? Arnold filed a case of habeas corpus before as the Court of First Instance. Wala pang Court of Appeals noon. CFI lang yun. Ang equivalent ng CFI ngayon is the Regional Trial Court. What did the CFI did? The CFI granted the writ of habeas corpus at the same time, allowed and granted the bail of Arnold. So the Senate went up and the Supreme Court. What did the Supreme Court? It withheld the power of the Senate, of the Congress, to cite recalcitrant, they used the word recalcitrant witnesses for contempt. And so the Supreme Court said, and I read, the last resolution of November 8, 1952 is also of a coercive nature, in the sense that the Senate committee still demands and requires the disclosure of the fact which the petitioner have obstinately refused to divulge. While the Philippine Senate has not given up hope that the petitioner may ultimately disclose the record, it is improper for the courts to declare that the continued confinement in an abuse of legislative power and thereby interfere in the exercise of the legislative discretion, unquote. And in this judgment, the writ of habeas corpus was denied, and at the same time, the granting of bail was declared null and void. That was the case of Arnold versus Balagtas.
Your Honors, this is similar to what's happening to us here, but this is worse because in this case, the CA did not give an opportunity to be heard to the House. Like the chairman of the Committee on Justice pointed out, the House and the committee are indispensable parties here because how can the Sergeant at Arms release a person ordered detained by the committee? So very basic po yun na violate. So we support I support the motion duly second.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, Majority Leader. But what is at stake here is the integrity of the House of Representatives as an institution, being a co-equal branch of government of the judiciary, which is headed by the Supreme Court and only supported by inferior courts, including the Court of Appeals. And so if we allow this, and as all lawyers would very well know, jurisdiction over habeas corpus cases can even be filed before the RTC. And you will see here a situation, if we will allow this, an RTC issuing a writ of habeas corpus against the House of Representatives. And this is something that should never be allowed because it violates our the mandate of of Congress, and it is in violation of the principles of separation of power and the principles of checks and balances, and for which reason I strongly, and as a defender of this institution, I will always pursue a course of action that it will equalize our situation where Sergeant or General Detabali, our Sergeant at Arms, is now being asked to show cause when it should be the justices who initiated this issue and confronted this separate but co-equal branch of government of the Supreme Court into put the situation into where we are now. And so we have to equalize the situation by requiring also these justices of the Court of Appeals, which is an inferior court, to also show cause why they should not be cited in contempt for violating the separate and independent power of Congress.
Before we proceed, may I acknowledge the presence of Deputy Speaker Ferdinand Hernandez, Representative Jose Antonio C. Alvarado. Are there any further discussions on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, just to add a while ago when the Honorable Majority Leader cited the Enrile versus Salazar case, wherein which was the basis for the past rebellion with murder. There is nothing in the statute books, sabi po ni Justice Narbasa. So, sabi niya, we have only rebellion. But rebellion there, we have on rebellion then, the impossible penalty was not reclusion perpetua. It was still bailable during that time. Because the reason, rebellion is a political crime. So Justice Narbasa allowed Enrile because the crime was downgraded to simple rebellion, Enrile was entitled to bail. Yun po ang rason kung bakit yung Enrile versus Salazar na sinasite nila ay hindi po yung case in point dito po sa House of Representatives versus the 6th incarcerated witnesses.
Okay, thank you, Representative De Vera. If there are no further discussions, we will take a vote on the motion of Attorney O'Malley, Representative O'Malley, duly seconded by Representative Liachon. As many as in favor of this motion, please rise. Committee Secretariat, please count the votes.
Show cause order.
Show cause order. This is with regards to the show cause order to the Court of Appeals. Are you voting, Representative Crisologo? Is Representative Crisologo voting? Yes. Okay.
30, sir.
Okay, please sit down. Those against? So we have how many?
30, sir. 30.
30 in favor, none against. Motion is hereby approved. We still have the 3 witnesses. Those who would like, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Right.
just my motion to invite Grand Star Motors and Industrial Corporation to explain their receipts to the provincial government of Ilocos Norte for the dates and the amounts corresponding to the transactions in this case.
I meant that, Your Honor, may we also ask the BIR, kasi nakalagay dyan, VAT code talaga may na-receive yung BIR na VAT sa transaction na yan.
Amendment accepted, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? The motion with the amendment is hereby approved.
Mr. Chairman, may I return to Ms. Tabulog? Budget Officer, I'm reviewing the documents. Your signature only appears, can you indulge me, where does your signature appear? Only in the obligation request? You did
Yes, Your Honor.
You did not participate in the voucher.
No, Your Honor.
Are you looking, because I cannot see your name there. So you had no
Only in
participation.
the obligation request, Your Honor.
That is your only participation. So, okay. You remember signing this obligation request for 15 million. Because if you will remember, then I will move that your contempt will be lifted because this is your only participation. Like Attorney Chua, because they cited it. Attorney Chua was not cited in contempt because he said, yes, that's my signature. I signed the purchase request because I was of the belief that if it is in the purchase request, they made me sign it, everything is in accordance with the annual investment plan and everything. That's why I signed it. So in your case, your certification is existence of available appropriation. Now, is this your signature? Do you remember participating in this transaction?
It appears that this is my signature, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you try to remember kasi you're evasive eh. Napakasimple nito eh. You do not remember participating in a transaction of obligation request. They're only obligating the request. It does not even say that you participated in the cash advance. So why are you so evasive? We're only asking you, was this your signature for the obligation request of payment for 5 units second-hand buses for 15,300,000 pesos?
Yes.
Suspense. Taking a long time.
Yes.
Why
Yes,
are you
Your
so
Honor.
afraid to just... This is... You say yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Another document for the amount of 32,550,000. Again, can you look at that set of documents? I do not see your name in the purchase request, neither in the disbursement voucher. Of course, most definitely not on the check. Is your participation only to the obligation request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, look at the document. There is a signature there, Evangeline Tabulog. It says here, RA. Look at the document. This has been marked as exhibit, whatever. RA 7171, purchase of...
Transaction, Your Honor.
will-
Because I'm not so sure this is a Xerox copy.
No, so you do not remember signing a document for 32,550,000. That is why you're being held in contempt, ma'am, because this is a simple question.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can we ask the Miss Kalahate and Batulayan be excluded and this Tambulong be remain in the committee hearing?
Okay, may I
I so
direct?
move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well taken. May I kindly request the Sergeant-at-Arms to please escort the other two resource persons.
To the adjacent room. Adjacent room lang.
We have a holding room. We have a holding room. Now, ma'am,
See, Evangeline, this is a very big transaction of 32,550,000. Your only participation is signing the obligation request, and you receive information about this inquiry as early as April. So you had all the time to check these documents. Now you say you want to verify. How can you verify you're detained here? So, to the best of your recollection, you do not recall signing an obligation request for... Common sense na lang, ma'am. Can they have a transaction without your signature? For that, you know that the province has 70 multi-cab, photon minicabs, right? Hindi mo rin alam.
Sir.
Oh, what's your answer? You do not know that the province bought 70 photon mini trucks?
I'm aware of the vehicle, Your Honor, but I'm not so sure with the if how many units or How much, Your
So there is a document here which has been identified by Mr. Biernes as the one that he audited. It shows your signature. Looking at it, you cannot recall. That is why you are being held in contempt because you are evasive. 300,000, but not this bigger amount. Do you want to change your previous answer also about the 15,300,000 pesos? And na-remember mo na yung 15,300,000 pesos, which was even an older transaction than this one, because this was the most recent, or the last. With more reason, you should remember this because it's a bigger amount, bigger purchase, and more recent transaction. You already stated under oath earlier that you remember the 15,300,000 pesos for 5 buses. How about this one?
Let me verify with other documents in our office, Your Honor.
How can you verify if you're here? That's your problem. You should have done that before you came here. What other documents do you think you could verify this from? Can you educate us? Pangkitaam, what other documents are available in your office that you can verify this from?
We try to look
You try to look for what?
our records, Your Honor, if there are any.
But you said you already look and there are none. But you are already being shown a document.
But this
It's
is
very
a
clear.
Xerox. But this is a Xerox
Okay,
copy, Your
so,
Honor. That's why I cannot.
I will not
So
touch
sure.
the committee further, okay? We were giving you the chance to
Representative Gonzaga.
redeem yourself, but yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ma'am,
Yes, Your
sinasabi mo na wala yung original, right? Hahanapin pa. So, kung pupunta tayo dun sa batas, ang batas niyan yung sa evidence po. Sinabi ho ni majority kanina na the law applicable there is the best evidence. I-produce natin yung original. Wala yung original. So, ano yung batas na pwede natin gamitin? Yung secondary evidence. Pag sa sinasabi nating secondary evidence, yung hinahawakan mo, yun na po. Tsaka yung hinahawakan mo ngayon, hindi ho galing sa amin yan. Galing ho yan kay State Auditor.
Pero ito din po kasi Xerox din po.
Your Honor, hindi
Yes.
galing sa akin yung yung pinakita kanina.
Yung papel na yon, saan galing yan?
Xerox po ito.
These are Xerox documents that were furnished to us, which triggered the investigation, but Mr. Viernes identified them as a faithful reproduction of the originals.
State Auditor Biernes stated that that is a faithful reproduction. So, ibig sabihin, pwede ka nang maniwala kay Mr. Biernes. Lahat na kumpiyansa mo, ibigay mo na sa kanya. Dahil siyang pwedeng makatulong sa iyo. Now, ngayon, ang tanong namin, please look at that record and please tell us if that is your signature. Hindi mo na kailangan i-verify yan. Signature mo yan. So, presuming, kasi sabi ni Mr. Biernes, yan, identified na niya. So, ibig sabihin, hindi ka makukulong kung mali ka dahil merong taong nag-vouch na yan ang papel na tama. So, huwag kang matatakot doon. Si Mr. Biernes ang makukulong dyan, hindi ikaw.
Pero Your Honor, it is a Xerox.
Kaya nga, may tanong po. Ang tanong namin, tingnan mo yung dokumento and try to identify. Sabihin mo sa amin kung perma mo ba yan o hindi. Huwag mo isagot yung i-verify mo. Tell us, perma mo ba yan o hindi. Sabi mo kanina, perma mo yan. Nung binulungan ka ni Kalahati, sagot mo naman, verify ko. So, kindly
Resemblance po sa pirma ko, pero Xerox po kasi ito, kaya
tatanungin
hindi
kita.
po ako nakaano.
Huwag mong sasabihin Xerox o hindi. Iyo ba yan? Oo, hindi. Iyo ba yung perma na yan?
Kamukha po.
Sir Chairman.
Representative Crisolog is recognized.
Umuna-una ay, Miss, ano pangalan?
Yes, Representative Crisolog is recognized.
Yes. Unang-una, ang tinatanong lang sa'yo is pirma mo yan sa certifying to the availability of funds, di ba? Yun ang tanong. Di ba yung certificate, yung pirma mo yan is to the availability of funds?
Pero ang hawak ko po kasing
Hindi.
Xerox po.
Kaya nga Xerox nga, pero yung Xerox na yan, availability of funds. Alam mo, hindi ka naman, kahit sinabi mong availability of funds, wala ka naman sagutin dyan eh. Sinasabi mo lang naman na available ang funds eh. Wala kang kasalanan dyan eh. As hindi naman sinabi na kinuha mo yung pera o ninakaw mo. So, wala ka dapat ikakatakot na sagutin kung pirma mo, yun na nag-certify na availability of funds. Sigurado may pondo naman yan eh. Oh. Yun lang ang tinatanong sa'yo para makauwi ka na. Yun lang naman ang tinatanong. No, pirmam deta nga mga ibagbaga nga the availability of funds. Oh. Kasi yan ang sinesertifyan dyan sa document na yan. It may be a Xerox, but the contents of that Xerox is the certification of the availability of funds. So, there is nothing wrong if you certified that there are funds available. Wala namang problema yun eh. You are not liable for that. Now, as to if they use the funds for other purposes, that's their lookout, not your lookout. Hindi ikaw ang mapapahamak doon. Ang tinatanong lang, kung pirma mo yan na nagsicertify ng availability of funds. At wala namang masama. Kung sinabi mong pirma yan, walang masama. We just want you to answer the question. Is that your signature certifying that there is availability of funds? If you say yes, no, wala ka na may kakahamak. If you say no, ikakahamak mo yan dahil darating yung totoo. Oh.
Pero Xerox po kasi kaya hindi po ako sure talaga na.
I give up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Deputy Speaker Hernandez.
Manang Evelyn. Nandito ako sa kabilang side. Dito po ako. Ano ang pinagkaiba nung una? Dalawa akong dokumento yung hawak nyo, no?
Opo.
Ano ang difference nung una sa pangalawa?
Sinabi ko rin po kanina na resemblance ng pirma ko yung una po.
Hindi.
Kasi Xerox.
Sabi mo, parehong Xerox.
Opo.
Pero inamin mo yung 15 million.
Oh, inamin mo kanina.
Hindi mo inaamin yung 32 million. Anong pinagkaiba nung dalawa?
Resemblance po ng pirma ko, sabi ko po kanina.
No, pero sinabi mo, pirma mo yung 15 million, di ba?
Kasi Xerox po.
No, hindi mo sinabing Xerox. Sinabi mo, pirma mo yan sa 15 million. Pero Xerox yan. Yung pangalawa, ganun din. Ang pinagkaiba lang, yung amount. Pero ayaw mong aminin kung ano yung pangalawa.
Wala namang masama.
Hindi po. Kasi po, hindi po ako sure.
Kasi kanina, hindi ka pa binubulungan eh.
Hindi po.
Nung inamin mo yung 15 million, yung pangalawa, medyo nabulungan kang wag aminin kasi Xerox. Malapit kami dito, di ba?
Sinabi ko po kanina na resemblance po ng pirma ko.
So, to reiterate, no, yung position ni Congressman Crisologo, we're just asking for you to validate whether there is such a transaction. At saka yung sinasabi mo lang na may budget availability. Tama yon, malayo ka dun sa, in terms of criminal liability, malayo ka. Pero if you keep on denying that, at mawawala yung dokumento niya, it goes to show there is conspiracy and collusion. Lalong masasama ka. Yun lang paalala, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Hindi naman.
Representative Alvarado is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Sa pananaw ko po ay mukhang napakahalagang dokumento nung dalawang document na kanina'y inamin ni Ma'am Evangeline, ni Miss Evangeline Tabulog na pirma nga daw niya yung 15 million. Pero hindi na niya, mukhang kamukha na lang ng pirma niya yung 32 million. Mr. Chairman, pwede po bang, meron po ba tayong presentation para makita rin namin yung dalawang document na yon?
Jeff, pakita nga nyo sa two documents.
Dahil mukhang importante po ito para maintindihan natin lahat kung magkaiba ba yung dalawang pirma, magkaiba ba yung dalawang dokumento, kaya yung 15 million ay inamin na kanina na pirma niya,
Paki-flash
ngunit
nyo.
yung 32 million ay kamukha na lang.
Para makita lang.
Thank you po, Mr. Chairman.
You know, just to remind you, Evangeline, which we showed already, secondary evidence nakalagay, when the original document has been lost or destroyed or cannot be produced in court, the offeror, upon proof of its execution or existence, dahil pinurm na, sinabi na ni Mr. Biernes na nandun, finding na nga ng audit niya yun, na nakas advance ng 15,300,000 and 18 million na plus. So, you may prove its contents by a copy. Yan na ho ginagawa, by copy. Kung wala nga hong kopya, by a recital of its contents in some authentic document. Or pangatlo, testimony of witnesses in the order cited. Tayo nga ho, nandun na sa first may kopya na nga pinapakita sa'yo, pero gusto mo yung original. Hindi nga pwede dahil nawala na nga yung original. Iyan. Oh. Talagang pareho-pareho naman. Tsaka, ma'am, alam mo naman na walang transaksyon na pwede mangyari kung wala kang pirma, di ba? Because in all request for obligation, you sign. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Bumili kayo ng 70 na photon. Alam mo, there is testimony here. Nandyan yung mga are ng 70 na photon. Di alam mo na nakapirma ka doon, pero you know, you are aggravating your situation by wanting to see the original. Baka ikaw pa mapagsuspetsyahan na kumuha ng original because you are hiding under the laws of the original. Yan, no? Parang, so, you do not remember a transaction of 70 photon mini trucks coming your way by way of a request for obligation. Very clear. Pag hindi ka ma-remember, then, ibalik ka na namin doon dahil imposible hindi mo ma-remember. And, mark my word, the Supreme Court will also side with us na imposible na hindi mo ma-remember, lalo na pinapakita na yung mga dokumento and lahat-lahat. That is evasive, ma'am. Kaya po kayo nakukontempt. Which we do not understand. In-explain na nila, wala ka naman sabit dito dahil funds available. Yun lang naman ang sinasabi mo. But as to how it was used, kung nakas advance, walang bidding, wala ka naman. Member ka ba ng BAC?
Yes po.
Ha?
Yes.
Are you a member of the BAC?
Yes, sir.
Ayun. Kaya ayaw mo magsalita dahil alam mo na walang bidding talaga ito. That is the reason. Okay. So, we will not ask because sa BAC nga, in the BAC, hindi mo maalala na meron kayong pinabid na 70 na photon?
Meron, sir, na bid dyan.
Ha?
Meron.
Will you please speak through the microphone? Meron. So, meron kayong...
Na-comply po lahat yung RA 9184 po.
Okay, tingnan mo, ang galing mo, na-comply lahat. Ano ba yung RA 9184? Can you recite lahat? Dahil sabi mo, na-comply lahat yung RA 9184. Can you tell all the provisions of 9184 na na-comply lahat? Okay. Because you stated na comply lahat yung 9184. So, can you educate the committee what are the requirements of 9184 that were complied?
There was bidding, Your Honor.
Of the 70 units. May bidding.
I cannot.
Ha? Oh, kasasabi mo lang may bidding. What? You just said may bidding. Answer. See, you don't want to answer again. So there was bidding of the 70 units of mini photon truck. Because you are a member of the Bids and Awards Committee, talaga naman, imposible hindi mo alam. So may bidding.
Kasi pumasa naman po sa COA,
Ano?
wala naman pong adverse reaction po ang COA.
Anong wala? Sinabi na nga nila na illegal cash advance ito eh. Ito na nga. Mr. Piernes, can you tell her what were your audit observation memorandum? Anong sinabi mo sa 70 photon mini truck? Can you read to her?
Ang ano ko, Your Honor, they resorted to cash advance instead of regular check disbursement.
Nakita mo? O sabi mo, walang adverse finding. Meron eh. And then you're saying that 9184 were all complied with. Oh. Ayun, and then you said, wala naman adverse finding ang COA. Now, the auditor himself is telling you, eto nga yung sulat niya, AOM niya, addressed to the governor, attention, treasurer, and accountant, na nag-cash advance na pambili nito.
But as for the statement of the accountant, Your Honor, they did not receive the AOM.
So you are now citing the accountant as your brain. You are telling me na walang. So why do you say that there is no adverse finding from the COA when the COA is belying you? You are saying na walang adverse finding ang COA. Eh sabi ng COA, meron kaming adverse finding. So sino bibelieve namin? Yung COA natural, di ba? So you are lying when you say na walang adverse finding ang COA.
Doon sa annual audit report, sir, wala naman.
Kasi may magic na nga. Pero, well, anyway, you see how we are trying to help this witness, but, so, what other, so, you are saying na may bidding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nagkaroon ng bidding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Under oath ito, ah. And, who was the winning bidder?
Hindi ko na po maalala.
Okay. Look at where you are now. We asked you if you signed a request for obligation. You do not want to answer. You cannot remember, right? Correct.
I'm not so sure because that is Xerox, Your Honor.
Correct. But you are sure that there was a bidding even if you have not seen any document.
Since there is no in the annual audit report, Your Honor, we do not.
No, you answer me. So you remember the annual audit report of 2012. See how bright and sharp your memory is. So what findings were there in the annual audit report? Tell me.
I mean the transactions, Your Honor, that was questioned here in the.
How do you know that it's not there in the audit report?
We do not see any. No.
Do you have a copy of the audit report with you?
None, Your Honor.
But you remember it as far back as 5 years ago. But you cannot. Did you prepare the audit report?
No, Your Honor.
But you remember it, correct?
Regarding the transactions, Your Honor.
Yes. So you remember the contents of the audit report which you did not have any participation in doing it. Is that correct?
No.
Correct. Yes, because you're saying there was no adverse finding, right? See how evasive you are? That's what you're saying. Because there was no adverse finding. That's why there is bidding. Because there was... That is not a conclusion, ma'am. Whether there was bidding or not is a different issue of whether there was an adverse finding. We're asking you if there was a bidding. Tell me, under oath, was there a bidding conducted?
I believe there is, Your Honor.
You believe? Where do you base that? Did you check your records in the back secretariat?
No, Your Honor.
Why not? This is the subject of this inquiry. So it would have been, or you could have called the secretariat right away because every member of the back, oy, tignan mo nga dahil ko'y nakakulong na dito ng ilang araw. Tignan mo nga, dalhin mo nga yung record dito para ipakita ko at isupalpal ko yan kay Congressman Parinas na may bidding naman. You have not done that.
No, Your Honor.
That
Because
is where
I was
your problem is, ma'am. Yan ang problema. See, you want to impress to the Honorable Committee that you remember the contents of the annual audit report, that there was no adverse finding. But where you did not have any participation, you were not even part of the AOM, because the ones, as you cited, was the accountant. And according to you, you heard the accountant say, wala naman kami na-receive. Yung pinaninindigan mo na yon, even under oath. But in this transaction of request for obligation, where your signature appears, you cannot remember. Where you are a participant, ay kasi hindi ko makita yung original and everything. But in this audit report, you are not even shown a copy of the audit report, but your memory is perfect about its contents. Doon po nakikita na selective memory ka, ma'am. So, one last chance. You do not remember signing the request for obligation first, doon sa inadmit mo kanina, yung 15,300,000, which already, as attested by many members there, you said, yes, that was your signature. So, for clarity, ma'am, hindi mo rin pirma ito.
I'm not so sure, Your Honor, that is a Xerox kasi.
Xerox talaga ito. So, you will not say that this is your signature?
It is a resemblance of my signature, Your Honor.
No. You do not recall participating in the transaction? I'm not asking you anymore about the signature. You do not recall signing, because we already showed you. We are refreshing your memory. Based on secondary evidence rule, this is allowed. But you are, like they said, recalcitrant. O talagang nagmamatigas? Is that hindi naman na siguro nagmamatigas, but you want to hide and not remembering it. So, you do not remember this transaction? Of 15,300,000, even if we show you the document, you will choose not to remember.
Xerox po kasi yan, Your Honor.
See? Okay, so I give up with the witness. I was trying to...
Questions?
Mr. Chair,
Few questions.
can you recognize Representative Acop first?
Gusto ko lang pong mag-manifest. Pwede po ba i-manifest ko muna sa lingwahe o dialect na alam nila?
Mas
And then
maganda.
I will just translate
Oh.
it in the vernacular.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Ading, laklakayak ngam si ka. Ngam itatay, dumadawat kayo ti asi kanyami. Ngam nukit kitaan tayo, kasano nga ikanda kayo ti asi nga, ikanda kayo matihang nga maasi dya bagbagiyo. What I'm telling the resource person, Mr. Chair, is that they were asking or pleading for our PT a while ago. Pero they're not the ones pitying themselves simply because ti rason nga da kayo itata ditoy, kitang kayo makipag-cooperate kanyami. So, titulbek na lang tap na maka-awid kayo, kit da kayo metlang aga po kanyayo. No hang kayo nga agsaot ag paiso, hang kayo nga agibagati di amuyo. 2019 imbaga de tatayen, 2019 ti bayag ti o aging gana 2019 ti pagkakulong yo ditoy. So, in the vernacular, Mr. Chair, I was telling the resource person that they will stay here up to 2019 because the reason that they are here is because of their statements, which are very vague and contumacious. And the only key that they will get out is not for them to tell the truth or answer the questions. That was the statement or the manifestation of this representation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gonzaga.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am Evangeline,
Yes, siya.
may nabili na sasakyan, di ba? May nabili na 5
Yes,
buses,
sir.
may nabili rin na 70 Photon mini trucks, right?
I'm not sure of how many and
Pero
how
may
much.
nabili. May nakita
May
ka?
nabili na
Okay.
vehicle, Your Honor, pero hindi po ako sigurado kung ilan yon at kung
Okay.
magkano po.
So,
at kung kailan.
nung nabili yon, dahil may pinalabas na pera yung province ng Ilocos Norte para mabayaran nun sila.
Opo.
Okay, yung supplier mabayaran. Nabayaran ba yung supplier?
Hindi ko po wala
Wala kang alam.
hindi po
Okay.
alam dun sa
Ang sabi nila,
sa bayaran po.
nakita yung sasakyan, so we are presuming na merong bayad doon. So, posibilidad ba itong papel na itong ginamit para mabayaran yung supplier? Posibilidad ba?
Meron pong posibilidad.
Posibilidad na itong papel na na pinakita sa iyo, posible na ito ang ginamit para maging request for obligation para ma-process yung pera at saka maibayad doon sa supplier, di ba?
Siguro po.
May posibilidad ba ito ang ginamit? Please answer me, ma'am.
Meron siguro, Your Honor.
So, posibilidad. Ito yung perma mo, sabi mo kanina, resemblance, kamukha.
Opo.
Tatanungin kita, hindi itong perma mo. Hindi ito ang perma mo.
Resemblance po niya.
So, pwedeng ito. Posibilidad na iyo ang perma na yan. Di ba?
Pwede rin po.
Tinanong kita, hindi ito ang perma mo. Sabi mo, resemblance. So, mawawala yung tsansa na magiging hindi ang perma mo. And there is a bigger chance na ito talagang perma mo. Right? Right?
Opo, pero Xerox po yan. Kaya hindi po ako
Do not
naninigurado
talk about
po.
Xerox.
Opo.
Let's talk about possibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Because if not, we have already questioned several times the witness. From all indications, the witness will not answer those questions. So it will be redundant already if we ask the same questions. One last na. Kasi ilang tanong na eh. She has the same answer. So it will be just a redundancy on our part. That would be a last question with regards to this witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am Evangeline, nagtrabaho rin akong budget officer dito sa House of Representatives, kaya alam ko po yung trabaho dyan. Pag nag-prepare kayo ng request of allotment, silang copy po yan?
Bale po yung binibigay po sa amin minsan po isa lang.
Hindi, ikaw nag-prepare, di ba, ng request of allotments?
Hindi po, yung concerned office po.
Hindi na kayo?
Hindi po.
So,
Sa opisina po, sa office.
Anong opisina po?
Budget po. Pero yung kung sa ibang office po, sila po sa
Sila
concerned office.
nagre-request.
Opo.
Sila na ang gumagawa ng ROA. Hindi na ang budget.
Obligation request po.
Oo, kayo gumagawa. Iba.
Yung sa budget lang po. Sa
Opo,
budget
kasi-
office.
Kasi
Pero
provincial
yung
budget
ibang-
officer ka eh.
Sa ibang opisina po sila.
Ibang opisina yon.
Opo.
So, pagka halimbawa, cash advance, di pinipirmahan nyo ng ROA, di ba? Pag ni-liquidate yan, bumabalik ba sa inyo yung liquidation papers?
Hindi na po.
So, hindi na dumadaan sa inyo?
Hindi na po.
Pero dumadaan din sa budget office?
Yung ano po.
Hindi, kasi
Yung
ganito yan eh.
liquidation po, hindi na po babalik sa amin.
Hindi na bumabalik
Hindi na po.
yung liquidation papers, yung voucher.
Hindi na po.
Kasi para tatatakan nyo ng assignment nyo kung ano yung obligation number.
Yung pag sa ibang office po, doon po, pag pumunta po sa amin, doon po kami naglalagay ng number.
May control number kayo, di ba?
Opo.
Tapos may control number din ng accounting. Kasi yung accounting ang nag-certify ng funds available talaga, yung chief accountant. Di ba pumipirma rin ang chief accountant sa obligation of request for obligation?
Hindi po.
Hindi
Hindi
na.
po.
Ikaw na lang.
Opo.
Oh,
Concerned
sige.
office po at saka budget office.
Oh, sige. Thank you po. Opo.
As I've said, from all indications, the witness defies to answer the question. So may I request the Sergeant at Arms to please escort back to the detention room our witness, and please call the other witness, Jocelyn Kalahati, to the conference room. May I remind the members, we'll just allow 2 or 3 questions. If we see that the witness is defiant, we'll not ask any more questions because it will just negate our position. The reason why we have cited them for contempt is because the reason that they do not want to answer questions. If we will insist on them to answer the questions, that will negate our position. So we will just entertain 2 or 3 questions. If we find out that the witness will not answer the questions, we will refer them back to the detention center.
Mr. Chairman, before that, may we just be specific? Ano na yung what we have covered as the subpoena duces tecum for PNB is for the 15,300,000?
All the 3 transactions.
All 3 transactions.
All 3
Okay,
transactions.
thank you. But yung check number is specified
yes,
na lang. Okay.
Land Bank and also the Philippine Clearing House.
Thank you.
All the 3 checks. We now have the witness, Jocelyn Kalahati. Any questions from the members? Majority Floor Leader, we now have Jocelyn Kalahati.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman, because they're just beating around
Okay, ganito po, ano? The reason why we called for this emergency hearing is so that the resource persons will be given a chance to answer truthfully our questions, and para po makauwi na po kayo based on the letter request of Melda Marcos.
I'll ask a direct question then.
Okay.
Provincial Treasurer Calate, since you sign under the law, you sign the disbursement. Itong set of documents kasi, your name appears so many times. First, talking of the first transaction of 15,300,000, your signature appears in the purchase request, and then in the voucher, and in the check. Do you have a copy of the document, ma'am? Yan. So, direct question. Do you remember this transaction granting cash advance to Jenedine Hambaro for 15,300,000 pesos to cash advance the amount needed for the purchase of 5 units buses?
As to my signature, Your Honor, it appears that it has a resemblance, but let me invoke my right to be assisted by a lawyer in this case, Your Honor. As I promise, I will cooperate, but I'll have to go over some documents, Your Honor.
So, as of now, you cannot remember this transaction of a cash advance of 15,300,000 pesos?
I remember having purchased the items here, but as to the manner, I could not I could not state at this point in time. So let me verify, Your Honor.
So, to be clear, you now remember purchasing 5 buses for 15,300,000 pesos?
I remember having purchased buses and mini trucks, Your Honor, but as to the total amount, I cannot.
But they're here, ma'am. And in fact, the audit observation memorandum already shows this amount of 15 million 300. Nag-testify na si Mr. Viernes that they wrote to you. You deny receiving this AOM.
Your Honor, with all honesty, I don't remember having received AOM.
So you don't remember?
I don't think we have received that, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Viernes, your AOM says it is addressed to Governor Marcos and attention, Provincial Accounting Office and Provincial Treasury Office. Can you shed light on that, what the meaning of those entries?
Your Honor, it was not received, the was not received, but in the exit conference, we tackled
Again, you already stated, but for clarity, you stated earlier you were present during the exit conference.
Yes, Your Honor.
Treasurer Karate was present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you remember that, Treasurer, during the exit conference? He says you were there during the exit conference regarding this audit year. I'm sure there is always an exit conference. Maski nung gobernador ako, you always have exit conferences, di ba?
December.
Oh.
December, January.
Remember? You had an exit conference?
It's a standard procedure, but I don't remember having been presented with this AOM, Your Honor.
So, you do not remember any exit conference where they question cash advances granted by you? For this particular AOM, almost 80 million pesos eh. Napakalaki nito, ma'am, na it would not really be credible na hindi mo maalala that they will cite to you. For example, 15 million for purchase of 5 buses, 32,550,000 for purchase of 70 photon mini trucks. Di mo maalala na may exit conference na ganyan?
I really don't remember, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay. Again, as I've said, the witness seems, are there any questions? But just the same, it looks like, or if not, it seems that the witness is again defiant in answering our questions. Last na po, can you answer the question truthfully if that is your signature?
Kindly give me time to recall, Your Honor, because
Okay,
as
while
of
you're
this time,
recalling, I have no recourse but to put you back in your detention center. So you might be able to recall. So Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness.
Before she's excused, Ma'am Josie, and your any time that you want to testify truly, if you can remember, let us know and we will request the members. Perhaps we can convene kasi matagal-tagal pa ito. Hanggang July 24 pa kami babalik. But siguro, up to you. Like Chairman Akop said, adda-kada kayo titulbek, which I also said. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you to Your Honor.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly escort the resource person and bring to this conference room Miss Eden Batulayan, the last witness. May I remind the members that the next hearing will be on July 25. Right after the SONA will be on July 24, so the next hearing will be on July 25. And may I inform everyone that on that date we will be issuing a subpoena to Governor Amy Marcos, and if she does not appear on that date, we will be constrained to issue a warrant of arrest for her, just like what happened to Ronnie Dayan. We now have the last witness, Miss Eden Batulayan. Asan na? Ayan na. Majority Floor Leader, we now have Miss Eden Batulayan.
How long have you been the provincial accountant again, or OIC? Since what year?
Either 2008 or 2009, sir.
That's when you, yes, because during my time it was Benny Francisco,
Yes, sir.
because he was a CPA.
Yes, sir.
Are you a CPA?
Not, sir.
So you're not qualified to be a provincial accountant?
That's why OIC only, sir.
So you've been OIC for 9 years?
Yes, sir.
Tagal naman yan. Okay. Now, in this set of documents, first there's a purchase request, obligation request, disbursement voucher, and check. In which of these documents do you participate or have a participation? PR.
Siguro sa disbursement voucher lang, sir.
Doon sa obligation request.
Hindi po, sir.
Talaga? Lahat ng obligation request may pangalan dito. Tama. Evangeline. So, okay. So, only in the
Disbursement voucher, siguro, sir.
and what's your participation in I'm generally speaking muna ito, not on these documents para hindi ka magsara kaagad.
Yes, sir.
In a voucher, what is your participation? What do you attest to? What
Titignan ko lang, sir, kung in my belief and in my assessment, satisfactory na yung mga documents na nai-attach. Yung supporting documents na nai-attach, sir.
So, you will review what are the attached documents to for example, somebody wants to buy cash advance of 40 units of minicab, what supporting documents should be there?
Pag cash advance, sir, dapat meron yung purchase request. At least,
Meron yung what?
Purchase request, sir.
Purchase request,
Yung obligation
request. Meron lahat dito,
At saka yung i-verify namin kung banded yung employee, and then mayroon yung authority to request for cash advance.
Okay, ma'am. Ano ang pwedeng i-cash advance na transaction? Since you review, you said as the accountant, what types of transactions are allowed to be covered by cash advance?
Marami naman po sa aking experience, marami po ang una yung mga salaries, yung mga travel, at mayroon ding special cash advances long time ago, sir. Even sa purchase ng vehicle, mayroon din po noon pa.
Ano yan?
Kahit yung previous administrator.
Yung panahon ko, meron pa?
Meron, sir.
Anong pinurchase natin ng cash advance noon?
Yung Cherokee, sir.
Very good. Tingnan mo, naalala mo yung 1998, pero itong 2011 hindi mo maalala?
Yung 2011, sir, kasi let's say, dahil sa AOM nga ni...
wait. So, maalala mo, yung Cherokee, binili natin ng cash advance.
Cash advance, sir.
Magkano amount?
Yun ang hindi ko alam, sir. Kasi, sir, that's why nga it was very memorable, na-questionan ho ito.
Ngayon, what happened?
Sa awa ng Diyos, na-settle naman.
Wala. So, pero maalala mo yon. What year was that? Alam mo pa yung modelo at Cherokee.
Oo, sir, kasi
Kaya nga.
respondent kami dyan,
Oo,
sir.
dito nga, nakukulong ka na dito.
Oo, sir.
Nakulong ka ba dyan nun? Sa Cherokee?
Hindi, sir, kasi sa ombudsman lang,
Oo
sir.
nga, pero hindi ka nakulong.
Hindi, sir.
Dito nakukulong ka na, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, pero hindi mo maala. Cherokee, so what year was that? Kasi natapos akong governor.
I don't actually
May
remember na, sir.
1998. So mga 1996 siguro ito, no?
Perhaps, sir.
Perhaps. So mga 21 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Naalala mo, ah. Pero itong bumili kayo ng 115 na may AOM, nag-exit conference kayo, nagkaka-investigasyonan na, hindi mo maalala. Even if you are shown, now I will show you a copy of the voucher.
Sir, I remember purchasing minicabs, mini trucks, and buses kasi nandun po sa inventory.
Yun. So,
Yes,
pakita
sir.
namin yung voucher sa'yo. Oh. Can you show voucher? First voucher, 18 million. May pirma dito, Eden Batulayan, approved by. Ano ibig sabihin ng approve ba? Why do you approve the voucher?
Approve ba yun?
Nandiyan na yung 1, 2, 3. Hindi, hanapin mo. Dala-dala natin kanina, di ba?
Sir, hindi po approval yung sa akin certified. As
Sa,
to the supposed
sa voucher,
document.
tingnan mo yung voucher. Nakalagay, approved by sa ilalim eh. Oh, what? Are you looking at the 15,300,000?
18.6.
Oh, sige. Maski 18.6. Sa 18.6, sa voucher nakalagay, approved by Eden C. Batulayan, accountant for OIC. Sa
Sir,
ilalim ng voucher.
Sir, yung approved by that is boxy. Yung pinirmahan ko, sir, yung box na nakalagay ang signature ko medyo kaparehas pero box A, sir.
Box A, dalawa ang pirma mo.
Isa lang, sir. Sa box
Dito
A.
sa bottom meron din, Eden Batulayan.
That pertains to box A, sir.
Hindi nga, box A, isa.
Yes,
Sa
sir.
bottom right, meron ka rin pangalan with signature, di ba?
Wala na, sir.
Are we looking at the same
Ay,
document?
dun sa JEV, sir, yung journal entry voucher.
Kaya nga. So, dalawang pirma mo. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Nakita mo na. Anong nakalagay doon? Approved by Eden Batulayan. Dalawa pirma mo dito sa voucher, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, hindi mo maalala ito. May pirma ka na nga, may dokumento na nga, pero yung 1996 na Cherokee, naalala mo, pati modelo.
Sir, sorry po. Kaya lang, pero ang signature ko po dito ay medyo kaparehas ng signature ko.
Hindi
Kaya
nga, ayaw mo na signature. Hindi mo maalala yung transaksyon na ito? Na nag-cash advance sila ng 18,600,000 pesos?
Kaya nga I'm asking you, I'm asking you to give me time para I can verify records,
Okay,
sir.
we will give you. So you're
Kung
asking for
pwede,
time.
sir.
You don't want to answer now because you want more time.
Yes.
Okay, we will grant her more time.
Hindi kami parang
You're buying for time.
Yun
Asking
talaga.
for time. Mahal yata bumili ng time.
Kung sana lang makabalik muna kami, sir, and then we will verify records that are available.
Ma'am, isipin mo, sumulat na sa'yo ang COA as early as May 4. Hiningi yung records dahil pinapahingi ng Kongreso. Wala kang ginawa. Hindi ka nag-verify. You were invited to appear before this committee on May 2nd. Natanggap niyo yung invitation bago mag-Holy Week pa. Bago pa April 15, which was Easter Sunday, nakuha nyo na. Hindi ka pa nag-verify and everything. So May 2nd, hindi ka dumalo dito. Inisnab mo yung invitation namin. Nasupinahan ka to appear on May 16, hindi ka pa rin pumunta. Naghintay uli kami ng 2 linggo, May 28, finally pumunta ka at dito na-detain ka na nga. Now you want more time para ma-verify mo, hindi mo binerify nun. Hiningi na nga. And sumulat ang COA sa'yo, hinihingi nila yung mga dokumentos nito. Ang sagot mo, wala na sa amin ang mga kopya niyan. Hindi ka nag-verify So, yun ma'am ang situation. So, I end my interpellation dahil she wants more time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Since, again, the resource person is evasive in her request, in her answering, may I direct the Sergeant at Arms to please escort Ms. Eden Batulayan to the detention room. Any other matters that the members would like to discuss? We would like to thank our resource persons from COA, Commissioner Fabia, and of course the Regional Director, Mr. Biernes. Again, we remind all the members that the next hearing on this matter will be on July 25. Any motion to adjourn? Second, the hearing is now adjourned.